I've got 1:25. Figure about 5 minutes before start of the meeting.
Commissioner Andrian, can we test your mic and video, please?
Check 1, 2. Aloha.
Thank you, Commissioner Aquino. Can we test your audio and video, please?
Aloha, Mr. Aquino here.
Thank you, Commissioner Kushney. Can we test your audio and video, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Kiguchi.
Yes, good afternoon. Chair Curtis, too. I wanted to let you know I need to sign off about 3:40. My apologies for that, but that'll be at 3:40.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Kuwata not in here. Commissioner McAdam, can we test your audio and video? I don't see her. Commissioner Papalimu, can we test your audio and video, please?
Sure. How's that?
Sounds good, thank you. And Commissioner Takanaka.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner McAdams, can we test your audio and video? Commissioner McAdam, can we test your audio?
Okay, does that work now?
Okay, yes, now I can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute before, so I came back in.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got 1:30. I'll call the meeting to order. Meeting's being recorded. All participants except for the commission will be muted until we take public testimony. All commissioners should have their camera on for the duration of the meeting. Call the meeting to order. Would ask Giselle, our new admin, to roll call for quorum.
Okay, Chair Curtis,
Here.
Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Aquino,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Kiguchi,
Here.
and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
and Commissioner Takenaka.
Here,
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes for April 16th, 2024 meeting. Are there any corrections to the draft written minutes?
Yes, Chair, I do.
Please.
Okay, on item number 3, I move to amend item number 3 as it was stated in the Elections Commission meeting. The actual wording is, I move to pursue adopting a rule in accordance with HRS 11.7.53 to require the county clerks and the chief elections officer to individually certify under penalty of perjury the chain of custody was maintained in accordance with HAR 3177761 and HAR 3-177453. Do I have a second?
I second the motion. This is Commissioner Andrian.
Discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the pushback from the AG's office on this is very concerning.
Wait.
And why-
We're talking about the change to the minutes. We're not.
That's what I'm talking about.
Were the minutes there? The minutes are what you want to change. We'll talk about the minutes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, you're amending the minutes to be,
And I'm explaining why I'm amending the minutes.
not why, what the minutes are changing to. I don't care about
I've
why.
already stated that motion,
I
and
want-
now this is the discussion part, and I'm explaining why I'm saying what I'm saying.
That the minutes were not accurately reflecting your
And
motion.
they need to be reflected accurately because the pushback from the AG's office is substantial on this item. And why wouldn't we want to have the clerks held responsible for following the law? And all I'm asking is that when somebody looks at the meeting minutes, they can easily recognize which motions were passed. But right now, these motions are buried in the minutes. So having this proper documentation is important. And that's why I've made the motion to correct this minute.
So the minutes were incorrectly stated. And is that correct?
That's
The
correct.
min- And the corrected minutes, please restate them.
excuse me, Chair. This is Commissioner Takenaka. I'm sorry, Ralph. Where in the minutes are you talking about?
Item number 3.
Page 2. Top of page 2 and
Item number 3.
yes.
Thank you.
So I would like the motions to be properly identified that were passed. So if anybody's reading the minutes, they can look at it and they can quickly pick out the motions that were passed. So I move to pursue the actual wording of the motion was I move to pursue adopting a rule in accordance with HRS 11.7.53 to require the county clerks and the chief elections officer to individually certify under penalty of perjury that chain of custody was maintained in accordance with HAR 3-177-61 and HAR 3-177453.
Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion of changing the minutes to Ralph's verbiage, say aye.
Aye.
Wait.
Aye.
Rather than a verbal, I'd ask the secretary for a roll call.
Okay,
Excuse me, Chair. I just
Yes.
wanted to double check that that was reflective of the actual discussion in the minutes, and it was just a restating of the last meeting, what actually occurred.
That's the intent
it-
here, I believe.
Right. Is it-
That's
and
correct.
that is actually what transpired at the last meeting.
That was the motion that I made in the last meeting, and then I'm just asking that it be presented in the minutes so that somebody going through the minutes can recognize that the motion was made and passed and the correct wording of the motion.
I don't think we passed that motion though. I don't think we had anything passed that had certified penalty of perjury.
Yes, we have.
It's recorded.
Any more discussion on the motion to change the minutes?
I don't think can we please check that, because I think we spoke to the attorney and I'm not sure we were even able to put anything about perjury in there. I'm just concerned. I think this is a legal point, and I can't remember passing anything like that.
There are a couple legal points about this, but the fact of this is that it's part of the minutes and Ralph wants to make it correct. And I would agree with him regardless of the enforceability of the motion.
I'm doubting whether it is correct. That's my issue.
What is your, I'm sorry, Claire?
Sorry, I just can't remember passing a motion that had anything about under penalty of perjury in it. And if we did, my apologies for wasting time on this, but because we don't have it in the draft minutes, I don't want to change it to include that without that being double checked.
Okay, we'll double check that if this is approved.
Okay.
Giselle, could you do the roll call again?
Yes, Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi,
No.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
You're muted, Kahiolani. Papalimu, you're there you go.
Aye.
and Commissioner Takenaka.
No.
Curtis. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Are
Gotcha.
there any other changes to the minutes? The draft
Yes,
minutes?
Chair.
Yeah, Ralph?
Okay, item number 5. The motion should read, this is the first correction on item number 5. Motion, I move to request ballot, chain of custody procedures and documentation from counties. So in the minutes, it should read motion : I move to request ballot, chain of custody procedures and documentation from the counties. And again, the same thing, that it needs to stand out that it was a passed motion in the minutes. It's buried in the text right now.
There a second to that motion?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we passed this motion. There should have been a follow-up to this. And I'm afraid that this is where motions are going to die in the minutes. And we need to make sure that there's follow-up on this. We got a letter from you that was sent to the Chief Information Officer, and there should have been a letter sent out to the county on this. And I'd like to know if that letter was sent out or not.
We're working on, we're not talking about the letter. We're talking about the minutes. You want to change the minutes? You change the minutes. Well, it depends on whether this passes or not.
So you're burying stuff that was motions that were
I'm asking
adopted, and this needs, and we're trying to bury the.
Ralph, shut up. You have a motion on the floor
Whoa.
to address the minutes. And we're changing this where the motion on the floor is to change the minutes or not. Period.
So the discussion is, I'm telling you why this is important. Because
I
right
don't care why
now,
it's important,
yes,
whether
we're
it's
changing the minutes because it's
factual
important.
or not, Ralph. The motion on the floor is the draft minutes and the change in the draft minutes. It doesn't matter why. It's whether the minutes are accurate or not. You want to make the minutes accurate or not? That's what this motion is for.
Yes, and I would like to also know if you're going to be following up or if this is going to be buried.
That's a different discussion. We're
So
changing
how
the
do we,
minutes now.
how do we bring this up so that it can be addressed? This was addressed on the last meeting and this should be coming up on this meeting. And I requested that this be on the agenda. This is the only place on the agenda to discuss this item. So I'm discussing it. We had a motion, we had a second, and now I'm discussing it.
No, you're asking, the motion on the floor is to change the draft minutes.
Yes,
That's what we're discussing. Are we going to change the draft minutes or not?
yes, and I'm discussing the importance because
We don't
With
care about
bearing it-
importance. We
with
care about
bearing
the
the draft-
accuracy of the minutes. Ralph, if you continue interrupting me, I'm going to mute you. So the agenda here
are you taking on the
is
dictatorial
whether we're
powers?
going to change the minutes. That's what we're talking about. Are we going to change the minutes or not? The
Yes,
motion
they
on the
need to
floor
be
is change
accurate.
the minutes as per Ralph. If we change the minutes, then some of this other discussion may be relevant later. Right now, it's whether the minutes are accurate or not. Discussion on the accuracy of the minutes. Any other in favor?
I'm sorry, excuse me. What's the change again, Ralph?
The minutes should reflect that a motion was passed. The motion is buried in the text. And this is a deliberate action. The motion is buried in a text, so it should say motion, I move to request ballot chain of custody procedures and documentation from the counties. So we're just trying to get on record what was actually said and can be found by somebody reading the minutes.
What page are you on?
Page three.
Page 3.
Top of the page, V, paragraph 1.
It's not clear.
So
The motion is not even stated in the
Yeah,
minutes.
it's not.
And
It
it's-
needs to be.
The motion must be stated in the minutes with the vote taken.
Okay.
It has to be accurate.
yes.
I was explaining the background of why this is
No,
put in
we're
here
talking
and
about
why
the
it's so
accuracy.
important.
The accuracy of the minutes is what the discussion item is now.
That doesn't make sense.
And that there was a motion passed is relevant to these minutes. If you think a motion passed is relevant to the minutes, then you vote aye. I would ask for a roll call on this motion to amend the minutes to include motion in paragraph 1 of item 5 on page 3 of the draft minutes.
Also, Chair, may I also interject? It does not reflect the voting of that motion. It doesn't show voted what. That should be reflected in the minutes.
Okay, we'll add the
Okay,
result
I'm
if
sorry.
it's taken.
What page are we on?
Page 3 of the draft minutes at the very top.
Of the April
Hmm.
meeting, correct?
Let's see.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
April
April
16th.
16.
Okay, so there are two motions on that page.
We're talking
And
about.
both of them have identified the votes.
But it doesn't
show the
state
vote
the
counts.
motion.
Is this the part where it says Chair Curtis clarified that the motion is for the counties to show evidence that they are following the process? It seems like he summarized what it was in his
Yeah.
statement, in that statement there.
Well,
The-
the motion is summarized, but the motion is not specific in the minute, and it should be. They wrote a summary, but the motion is not clear, and there should be a very clear motion stated in the minutes. It does show the voting down on the bottom, but the motion is not there. There's a summary, but there's no motion.
I
That's right.
apologize. I did not see the result of the motion. My bad.
Okay, so the vote was in favor, so that motion passed. So, but state that that was a motion in the minutes, and that's the correction to the draft minutes.
And the motion that was read should be proper. It should be not a summary.
Correct.
Concur. We'll pick that up from the video, and I would call for a roll call vote now. Giselle?
Okay, Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushni,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi,
Aye.
Commissioner Kuwata excused, Commissioner McAdam,
Aye.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Aye. So the amended draft minutes stand corrected on page 3. And I have a concern on the bottom of page 4. The motion failed, noting excused absence of Commissioner Kikuchi. And the ayes are 5 and the noes are 4. I'm pretty sure if that motion failed, that Curtis voted no on that one. So that's the bottom of page 4. So either the vote's wrong or that the motion failed's wrong, and we'll have to look at that. I'm pretty sure the motion failed because I voted no. We'll confirm that.
So you think you weren't an aye on that? Are we talking about the second one or the first one?
The bottom one.
The bottom one on page 4, Commissioner Kushner expressed that he would like to ensure that Eric
Yes.
is compliant and made a motion to investigate if there are any violations being committed.
Correct.
Seconded.
I
And once
concur.
again, the motion is not written in there.
The motion failed. I agree. Chair Curtis voted no on that one.
So that's the only correction there, is that Curtis voted no. Are there any other corrections to the draft minutes of the April 16th meeting?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Rob.
I move to correct. So this is section 5, correction 3. It's at the top of page 4. I move to correct the text to say the motion correctly. It should say motion : I move to request to have the Chief Information Officer review the pre-election audit and safety procedures and report to the commission the effectiveness of the procedures. And again, the same thing as the other ones. And we would also like to address the follow-up on this. Whenever that's appropriate, when would the appropriate time be to bring that up?
I'm not sure. We have to put it on the agenda unless it's a major item. So the motion that Ralph made was to add motion to have, well, it made a motion to have the state information officer review pre-election audit. So there was a motion, and motion was mentioned in the third word of page 4. So it doesn't appear to be necessary.
Well, it's got to stand out of the text. Is my
Made a
point.
motion.
It's got to stand out that it was a past motion. Somebody
was.
reading this can skim right over it and not see that the motion was passed.
There was a motion and it was passed. It's obvious on my list. Did you want to add anything, Ralph?
No,
Well-
I still want to know when we can take this item up. What's the appropriate time to take it up?
We'll have.
Point of
follow-up.
order, Mr. Chair. Can we just get on with it? Because
Yes. So are there any other amendments to the minutes of the April meeting?
There's a motion on the floor, isn't there?
Yes.
Was it seconded?
I second the motion.
Okay, and I pointed out that motion is the third word on the top of page 4, which is what Ralph is asking for.
Just like any other item we just discussed, we want to make sure that motions are clearly defined in the meeting minutes. So I agree with Commissioner Kushner. I'll be in favor of the motion.
Any other discussion?
Here's my suggestion, Chair. When they do the final minutes, can they just bold the word motion,
They can.
capitalize it and bold in the minutes?
That's a good idea.
And
But
that's
it-
what we do in the future?
And it should be stated verbatim by whoever made the
Right,
motion.
the motion has to be exactly what was voted on. It
That's the
cannot be a
motion right
summary.
there.
So-
It's
It's not
summary,
verbatim.
Commissioner Takenaka. It's not a verbatim
To have
motion. I
the
mean, that's,
state
Excuse me.
information officer review the
I'm gonna
pre-election
call for a
audit.
vote. Excuse me, Cynthia. I'm gonna call a roll call vote on the motion that Ralph just made and was seconded. Giselle, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Andrian,
aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kiguchi,
No.
Commissioner Kuwata's excused, Commissioner McAdam,
Aye.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No,
Chair Curtis.
No. So the motion was defeated. Are there any other amendments to the draft minutes?
The
of
motion was
meeting?
passed.
No, it wasn't.
There was 5 ayes.
Five
No,
ayes.
It was 4 and 4. There are 8 of us.
No, I'm sorry, but my other commissioner from the Big Island said aye.
I thought she said, Claire, did you say aye or nay?
I did. I said aye. Sorry, that wasn't clear.
I'm sorry.
She
you
said aye.
Aye again?
Hmm.
Claire, aye?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then the motion did pass. I apologize.
Thank
Profuse.
you.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Papalimo. Are there any other corrections or additions to the minutes of the April meeting? Would entertain a motion to accept the amended minutes of the April 16th meeting.
so move.
Is there a second to accept the minutes as amended?
Second,
Second.
Thank you. Discussion.
I would encourage you to have a discussion with the secretary who does this. And just a reminder that all motions as they are made should be in the minutes verbatim, without any, the motion should be verbatim, and then any discussion that they want to add in there is fine, but the motion itself should be verbatim so that anybody who looks back at it knows exactly what the motion was.
Concur. Thank you.
Thank you so
Also-
much. I appreciate that. I think that'll get rid of a lot of time.
All those, I'll call.
I'd like to discuss something too, Chair.
Are you offering an amendment to the minutes?
No, we're discussing this.
Are you offering amendment to the minutes, or are you in favor of accepting the draft minutes as modified?
I'm in favor and I would like to say
Thank you.
something.
In that,
Anytime.
no, in that case, I'll take a voice vote to accept the minutes of the April 16th meeting as amended. All those in favor,
Aye.
say aye.
I
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's see what we got here. Public testimony on any item on the agenda. Giselle, could you give the order of the testimony requested from anybody attending? Anybody that has their hand up will have an opportunity to testify for 3 minutes. Giselle, do you have the procedures for the testimony,
Yes, I do.
please?
Okay. If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, press *9. When recognized, please unmute your microphone before speaking. You may also turn on your video at this time. For the record, please state your first and last name and the items you will be testifying on. To ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you will be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is Wendell Ilento, followed by Kalina Campbell.
Please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to go over the comment. I investigate hearings. Integrity is a matter of perception. There's no quantitative measure on that one. That was a statement by Chair Curtis on April 21. Actually, I just did a whole research back to 10 years. Chair Curtis, you did not initiate any investigations. And this other comment, investigation is a matter of perception. Actually, integrity is not a matter of perception. It is a very strong fact-based, evidence-based matter. Integrity can be measured quantitatively. The rule of law and due process stands. I'll give you an example. This February 20th meeting, the meeting was not adjourned properly according to due process. There was not a second, and there was not a motion, majority consensus. The meeting also continued correctly when only 4 commissioners at the end voted. Okay, the motion on the floor was to reappoint Scott Nagle. The 4 commissioners that are present, Kushni, Papalimo, Aquino, and Androm, voted nay to that. There were no declarations that there was lack of quorum, and there was no point of orders. Unfortunately, the 4 members decided to just leave the meeting, and it was not properly adjourned, okay? And that's a due process matter. Another due process matter is what Mr. Nagle says quite often, that don't look at the details, don't look at the small things if they don't look secure, but look at the big picture. That's not integrity. And so integrity is the little things. It's when Jennifer Kablan, in February, she mentioned, and this is a perfect example for Election Commission to take a swing at the investigations, is that she said, my father is a hemorrhagic, he's in a stroke, and I want to see who voted for my father, because he wasn't able to vote. That was just a clean, very super easy way to do verifiable ballot paper trail, as well as a signature integrity, as well as just the whole process of audit. Since 10 years, for 10 years, we have 0 audits. We have 0 inspections. We have zero investigations, 0. There are 21 lawsuits, no investigations from the lawsuits. But we have 6 meetings dedicated to talking about the raises for Scott Nagle. That is an incredible measurable number, 0.006. For election integrity, the score is 0. This committee, this commission, and it's really a very rude commission. Chair Curtis, you're very, very rude. You're not leading in an unbiased manner. And it just shows like today. And I just want to say, you're not even following the law. The law says you have to do investigations and hearings. And because you didn't do a hearing on Nagle, he's not reappointed. I'm sorry. You guys are breaking the law. Okay, and Deputy Attorney General Cam is wrong when she says, "Oh, you can't have this. We can go into executive session to deliberate. We don't have to have a hearing." That's incorrect, because the law says you have to. You cannot parliamentarize and get rid of these meetings, these hearings, by just voting in the committee. You cannot do that, because she did that.
Thank you, Mr. Ilento.
She did that to Commissioner Kushni. And
Thank you, Mr. Ilento.
You gotta listen, please.
Next.
The next testifier is Kalina Campbell, followed by Andy Crosslin.
Aloha. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, gotcha.
Okay. So I'm here today as a proxy for Sherilyn Wells. She couldn't make the meeting today, but she has sent correspondences in to you, Chair Michael Curtis. essentially, she had requested cast ballot votes and never got a response for a long time. She was within the time period of 22 months. And basically, she's saying that Scott Nago did not maintain access to control over the cast vote records. The Department of Justice says that this is a federal felony. Okay. So the Civil Rights Act of 1960, Section 301, requires state and local election officials to retain and preserve all records relating to any act requisite to voting for 22 months. And in writing, Scott Nago replied to her, "I decline to provide said records is a violation of the guidance of federal law constraints on post-election audit." He says it could not be granted. Agency is unable to disclose the requested records for the following reason. Agency does not maintain the records. So I'm very, very concerned. I want what's best for our island home, as I know all of you do. And thank you so much for being here on our election committee. I think it's imperative that you guys take this up in discussion. And can you respond back in the next meeting as to what you intend to do about this issue? And what are we going to do to make sure and ensure we have election integrity in our upcoming election? This whole thing is probably 10 different email correspondences. I would love to send it on. She's given me permission to send it to every member of the board. Will you guys please take time to go over it? And please let me know how to send this off to you. Thank you.
If you can send it to elections, Hawaii.gov and address it to the Elections Commission, it'll appear on our communications and correspondence to where it'll be a matter of public record on the next agenda. Thank you.
Next testifier is Andy Crosland, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Thank you. Andy.
Aloha Commission.
Aloha.
I will be testifying today on agenda item 6 regarding the duties of the Elections Commission. First, I would like to show a quick 30-second clip from the previous Elections Commission meeting.
We are the managers of Mr. Nago. And that's what the public is saying.
He's not an employee.
Yes, he is.
He's our appointee, not our employee. He's not employed by the Elections Commission. He's appointed by the Elections Commission. We're advisory, not dictatorial. It's his choice. He's our manager. He runs the place. He's our manager. He runs the place.
So as I showed during the last Elections Commission meeting, as seen on the background here, this is the hierarchy of the administration of our elections in the state of Hawaii. But actually, I can do even better than this by showing directly from the Hawaii Department of Accounting and General Services own organization charts that what I showed is true. As seen in the table of contents here, page 77 of this document shows the Office of Elections organization chart. Here you can clearly see that the Elections Commission is at the top of the hierarchy and the Chief Election Officer is under the authority of the Commission. Furthermore, the Hawaii Revised Statutes, Section 11-7.5, Item 4, clearly states that it is the duty of the Elections Commission to employ a full-time election officer, Chief Election Officer. And as well, on their own webpage for the Elections Commission on the Hawaii Office of Elections website states the same thing, that the Chief Election Officer is an employee of the Commission. Chair Curtis, it is your responsibility to know these clear and basic facts as the chair of this commission. Are you perhaps being deceived? Or are you knowingly misleading the rest of this commission and the public? Seriously, what is it? In any case, you should be embarrassed, and this entire commission should be very concerned about abdicating your authority over the administration of our elections in Hawaii. Let this question sink in. If bad actors wanted to subvert our elections, then wouldn't they make sure that those who are in positions of authority in this commission are not a threat to them? For example, during the last meeting, a motion passed with bipartisan support, 6-2, to request ballot chain of custody procedures and documentation from the counties. Chair Curtis remarked that he looked forward to the motion passing so that he could prove Commissioner Cushney wrong. Well, where's the procedures and documentation? Why is this not on the agenda? What's being done about this? If it's so easy to prove wrong, then why has this process dragged on for months? Why can't this commission do one simple thing to prove that everything is on the up and up? In closing, Scott Nago is not your manager. He does not run the place. You are the managers and you run the place. This commission needs to start acting like it, because it is each of you who are ultimately responsible for the consequences. It's time for this commission to be the boss. I yield.
Thank you, Andy. Item 6 of your list was to advise. It's our job to advise. It's their job to operate. The other thing is there was an addenda to the package of the February 20th meeting entitled Election Security. It was about 500 pages long. Check February 20th, 24 with the attachment. Next speaker, please.
Chair, are you going to reply to the speakers right behind? Because there's a comeback to that. Not one of those documents showed ballot box chain of custody. And that's what Andy Cross just talked about. Not one showed ballot box chain of custody. And that's what the people want to know. Where is the ballot box chain of custody?
I'll include that in the next package of the next meeting. Next speaker.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Tom Berg.
Aloha, my name is Jamie Detweiler, 2022 candidate for District 37 and the current president of the Hawaii Federation of Republican Women. Aloha, Commissioner and Chair Curtis. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I trust that all of you have had the opportunity to read my correspondences dated April 22nd, April 29, and June 5th. This is critical because what I'm about to say uses that as a foundation. The basis of my audit requested dated November 14, 2022, nearly 2 years ago, and that was by certified mail to the Office of Elections, is focused on HRS 16-42B3. It's very short and succinct, but I want to remind the commissioners of this. It says the chief election officer conducts a post-election pre-certification audit of a random sample of not less than 10% of the precincts employing the electronic voting system to verify that the electronic tallies generated by the system in those precincts equal the hand tallies of the paper ballots generated by the system in those precincts. And that's all I've asked all along. Again, that is the basis of my testimony. The Election Commission approved this audit at the April 16th Election Commission meeting. I have corresponded, and if you read those correspondences, asking how I can assist by providing election observers. I received an email from the Office of Elections stating that specifically it says, "Thank you for your letter. We do not need assistance with conducting the audit." May I remind this body that the Hawaii administrative rules and the Hawaii revised statutes state otherwise. You are required to have election observers. May I respectfully remind the chair and commissioners that these statutes, this is the rule of law that was spoken about earlier by another testifier. We need to follow the rule of law. And that leads to accountability and integrity. And so that's all I've been asking all along. What's another critical point is I've asked when this audit is scheduled for, and have not responded a reply at all. You know, the 22-month statute of limitations, which was also mentioned earlier by another testifier, expires on September 5th, 2024. That's in a couple of months. The audit must be conducted correctly and promptly. May I again respectfully remind the Office of Elections and the Elections Commission of the pertinent laws and regulations required when conducting an audit. This is the rule of law. And when you don't comply, laws are broken and people need to be held responsible. You know, this is for we the people. This is the community. I'm not contending, have never contended that I won my race. I'm setting a precedent for future elections to come. We need election integrity. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tom Berg, followed by Anthony Guernice.
Tom?
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Chair, do we have time to question these testifiers?
No, we received testimony. We can talk about it if it's on the agenda, or we can add it to the agenda for the next meeting.
Well, it's on the agenda because she's speaking right now. So do we wait until she's done, or do we come back to her after everyone has spoken?
After everyone has spoken, there may be time to individually address the speaker's comments.
Jamie, if you could wait till the end, I have some questions. Thank you.
Tom Berg, please.
Okay, we'll move on to Anthony Guernice, followed by Scott Shedko.
Thank you. Anthony?
Okay, yes. Election officials and interested citizens. Since the November 2020 election, there has been several documented events that question the validity and transparency of the mail-in ballot election method, combined with the electronic tabulation equipment. We, the citizens of Hawaii, demand our voices are correctly recorded, and the only way that our votes can be accurately recorded is by same day on paper, hand-counted ballots in smaller precincts. Current voting systems and methods are not transparent. Voting system vendors have not provided source code for close inspection by non-governmental interested parties. As elections are a public function, all aspects of the voting process should be open and transparent to all interested citizens of Hawaii and American citizens overall. In summary, we, the citizens of Hawaii, demand our voices are properly counted. Single day voting, on paper, in person, ballots only to U.S. citizens with valid government issued ID. Any other voting method will not provide accurate votes, and we, the citizens of Hawaii, demand our voices are properly and accurately counted. Thank you. Respectfully, I yield.
Thank you, Anthony.
The next testifier is Scott Shedko, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Scott, you're up.
Mute.
There you go. You're still muted. You're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry
Go.
about that.
It's okay.
Okay, aloha, Chair Curtis and commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll be addressing item 5, correspondence and communications. I'd like to start by agreeing with Tamara Mackay, Corrine Solomon, that the August primary and November general election have audits counting the original paper ballots sorted by precincts with observers. In other words, according to the law. Signature verification. The most important events in our state are the elections. And at the heart of fair elections is making sure all counted ballots are valid, which is done in the most part by verifying signatures. Therefore, there should be more observers of this process, not less, not none. The excuse given for no observers allowed was not enough room. Apparently, they found room on Kauai, but could they really find no room on the entire island of Oahu, big enough to allow for at least 2 observers, close enough to see if the signatures match? And next, the communications regarding the audit of Jamie Detweiler's race. If they had planned to do it correctly, why wouldn't Scott Nago and Ali'i 10 be welcoming help and observers for the audit? I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Kushney that he and preferably all of the commissioners are among the observers for the entire audit process, start to finish. I was hoping that was what was done last month, but apparently it was not. I would like to urge Scott Nago to resign. And I have a couple suggestions. One, that the state require video cameras on all aspects of the election. And finally, I would like to suggest that we make it our written stated purpose for Hawaii to be number 1 in election security, integrity, and voter confidence. I think we all know where we are currently ranked. So thank you, Chair, for the time. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Shedko.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Adriel Lamb.
All right, Mr. Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. Mr. Curtis, this is an appeal to your integrity to lead and to hold Mr. Nago accountable for not following the advice of this commission. In April, when Commissioner Kushney attempted to correct you by reading a statute on the appointment of the chief elections officer, you cut him off and you stated that you essentially disagree with what the statute says. And we all just witnessed you tell a fellow commissioner to shut up in a meeting. You're out of order and disrespectful to the participants of this commission. And it's my time. Don't interrupt. If Mr. Curtis, I'm certain you know that advise is a verb. It means to give an opinion or counsel or recommend a plan or course of action. That's a legal definition. If you advise your employee to do something and they don't follow your advice, that's disrespect and insubordination. Incidentally, you'll likely find this word on a 5th grade vocabulary list, so I suspect Mr. Nago has known its meaning for some time. Candidly, it's sad to see that after 6 months as chair of this commission, you're still confused about your duties and what the people are expecting you to do in your role as a public servant. Mr. Curtis, you mince words to deflect duty that has been entrusted to you by the people. There are 100 people on this call right now that are watching this chicanery. As you know, one of the duties of the Elections Commission is to appoint and employ a full-time chief elections officer. It's all in the statutes. Per the statute, the chief elections officer is an at-will employee who is in service and accountable to this commission. HRS 7611 defines an employee as any person holding a position in service of, in this case, the state, irrespective of the type of employment. And the employer is anyone who acts in the interest of the state on dealing with public employees. By statute, this commission has the power to remove the chief election officer with written notification and by stating the reason why. As an at-will employee, Mr. Nago may be discharged at the prerogative of the what's quote unquote approving authority, which is the designee that has the power to appoint or change the status of employees, which is this commission. Yesterday, I met with Ms. Liu at the who is the senior personnel officer at DAGS. She explained that her interpretation of the statutes is the same, and that as the appointing authority, the Elections Commission is the boss. In fact, she also explained that the legal authority that got Mr. Nago hired and reappointed was the letter that you submitted to her on 1 April and wherein you signed on behalf of the commission that Mr. Nago had been reappointed. Without that letter, there is no, quote, legal authority for him to be an employee and to get paid. During the April meeting and in response to public testimonies, you explained that Mr. Nago is an employee of the state and we're here to advise him and to challenge anything we perceive to be illegal or inappropriate. Well, despite your claim since April, Mr. Nago has defied the advice of this commission. He testified again against your advice, and he's hindered any progress in conducting an audit in House District 37 as approved by this commission and in accordance with the law. Does the Elections Commission consent to Mr. Nago's continued disregard and insubordination to the advice provided by this commission? When's
Thank
the
you.
commission going to hold Mr. Nago accountable? No, Chair. I have a challenge to you.
You got
My
you have
challenge
3
is for you
minutes.
to get
Your
a
3 minutes
written
is up.
legal
Thank you.
opinion from the Attorney General that proves me wrong. I challenge you to do that. Do it. Do something. Do something more than just be breathing air and insulting fellow commissioners. You're
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick. Your
disrespectful
time's
and
up.
disappointment to the people.
The next testifier is Adriel Lamb, followed by Mary.
Mr. Lamb,
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
aloha.
Yeah, I'm testifying today because I sent a letter to the Honolulu Clerk's office on Monday, which I had called them last Monday about an issue we had about inactive voter registrations. And I sent the copy to the Election Commission. And I hope the commission is able to see it as they were all CC'd on the communication. What was concerning about this letter was that many active voters were inactivated, particularly Representative Diamond Garcia, which he found out right before he was supposed to file for candidacy. It would have stopped his candidacy when he was an inactive voter. Fortunately, that was caught and he was able to get that done, as well as many on his signature list that thought were registered voters, but were inaccurate according to the voter rolls. This issue came up in many other instances where former candidate for Senate, State Senate, Brian Laurel was also inactivated. Green Party candidate Rita Ryan was also inactivated in Maui. We've had instances from other people on Big Island that also said their voter registrations were inactivated, even though they did no changes. Granted, there were some people that did move and didn't do their due diligence. We heard to update the voter registration, but there are many others that we'll find out in July when everyone gets their ballots in the mail, and they're not going to get their ballot in the mail because the record has changed on them and they've been inactivated. We found out from there was testimony last time from the elections office that they cleaned out 40-some thousand voter registrations and noted that 76,000 registrations were inactive on the voter rolls. Good for them, good work. But I'm wondering where that work is doing because I brought up an issue again about the voter rolls to them and asked them to look into it, similar to the issues I brought up with the voter rolls 2 years ago. And the commissioners on this commission have heard about it, about data insertions into the voter rolls. It's very plain, as you can see, that you're given an alphabetical order of voters in Honolulu County, but interspersed in between periodically within the voter record are the inactive voters. Those are not evidence of a database updates and data entry update. Those are data insertions into the database. And there's a particular order in how those were inserted. So it asks the commission and the clerk's office to look into this. Our information is being compromised and no one wants to know what and wants to know and find out why. So I asked your interest in this. I got involved with all this because after 2020, I looked in my neighborhood and found a name in the registered voter rolls by the name of United States Hawaii. That's first, middle, and last name. Who does not live there, does not receive mail there, does not get a ballot there, did not get a ballot there, but still is recorded as voting in the general election by mail. We still have not gotten an answer from any of the office elections or election commission on what was the documentation behind this voters recording as voted in the 2020 general election. I ask your continued interest into this. It's an embarrassment when I bring this up because this is Hawaii. We want to make sure Hawaii is secure, our elections are secure, and we can trust in our elections. I am a candidate for United States Senate. I want to make sure our voters
Thank
get
you,
their
Mr.
ballots
Lamb.
when they need it, and
Thank you,
and they
Mr.
can
Lamb.
trust in their elections. Okay, thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Mary, followed by Jessica Priya.
Hi, I'm Mary Healy, and I'm here to provide testimony to express how certain commissioners have violated their oath of office and cite my concerns about foreign interference in the election process in Hawaii. I'm here to remind the commissioners and any other spooks watching that my family, my brothers and sisters fought and died to protect this land from enemies foreign and domestic. In the February meeting, I said Scott Nago was not the chief election officer, but rather the chief interference officer. Really, Scott Nago is the chief interference dictator who has maintained his position with multiple election commissions, protection through accusations, defiance, and violating the law of the state. But Scott Nago and you all run your operations on American taxpayer dollars and have been granted the right to act as you all please with utter impunity to your oath of office. And we the people's elections and concerns. The implications of these assessments are staggering. Treasonous. You are all complicit in the bastardization of due process, no chain of custody in Hawaii elections. The primary aim in changing the audit process and hindering volunteers' access to observe the audit process, in my opinion, is to hide unconstitutional actions, which is resulting in the continued death by 1,000 cuts of the election integrity of Hawaii state. So thank you for listening to my testimony, and thank you for your time. I'll be at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mary.
The next testifier is Jessica Priya, followed by Jen H.
All right. And do you need to see my face so I can fix that really quick?
Up to you. Thank you. Now you're muted. Cannot hear you.
There we go. There
you go.
Aloha, everyone. I am Jessica Chiazzo. A lot of people know me as Priya. And so I find this super imperative that I give my testimony today because I want to share a personal experience I had, basically talking about Scott Nago, integrity, everything like that. I'm sure if you're on Oahu, you received this yellow card. I made a call and I wanted to verify some things. When we talk about integrity, when we talk about validity, when we talk about transparency, this should be absolutely imperative on a postcard you send out to all on our island. So it was about traditional election day. I feel like this is a play on words when it comes to the polling places. It does not say that polling places will be open and at the locations such as Kapolei Hale and Honolulu Hale. Why that is the case, I don't know. Mr. Dominic, Mr. AKA Baloney, that's literally his last name. I found that kind of ironic, but I was very confused and he was very rude to me when I was asking why we're getting the same mailing card that we received from 2 years ago. When we have only a 30% voter turnout, we're still pushing mail-in ballots. And I think it's very confusing. And I had multiple people actually ask me, can we still vote in person? So if you're really wanting people to come out and vote, wouldn't you include that on the card or change it up? The fact that we're stuck in this kind of monotonous routine of misinformation or a play on words is very disturbing to me. And I also wanted to mention that places like France, Mexico, Belgium, no mail-in votes due to fraud. Sweden, Italy, Japan, Russia, Latin American countries, the Middle East do not permit mail-in voting. So I just really feel like this whole push on mail-in voting is, again, not helpful. So we really should be opening up back the traditional election polling places that you so willingly want to keep up. I'm not really sure why. I feel like it's a form of voter suppression. I also want to say, you know, Chair Curtis, like, this is the first time that I've seen you as chair. I was so taken aback by your language, and there's a thing called decorum, and I just was shocked by your verbiage, and it's your job to hold order. So I felt like you were out of order at that time, and I agree with a lot of the other testifiers. I mean, everyone that's spoken so far is speaking facts. I wanted to speak on my personal experience. I also have a recorded conversation with Mr. Baloney, and I readily shared that on my social media, and I encourage everyone to check that out as well, because it just shows you Mr. Nago is hiring this staff. And I have actually gone into the Elections Commission's office probably at least 6 times, I want to say, specifically addressing certain issues and the mistreatment and the foul play. And I have also pushed in person. Why we are still doing Zoom, I don't really understand. It's helpful for me right now because I'm not on the islands as of right now. But I just wanted to share with you all, we want to see your faces. I want to see your reactions. And it's really hard for me to stay focused on just the person that's in front of me, as opposed to being able to see all of your faces and actually confront you in person. When I thought I was going to get that opportunity, you guys denied that. I actually have 1 minute left. So I really don't like when you come. Okay.
I think
you keep cutting people off, but thank you so much for your time. Aloha.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica.
The next testifier is Jen H., followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so back in January, I did a testifying with just paper. I sent it in, and I was the one who my name was being used to vote for 10 years while I was not on the island. And the commission itself didn't know why that happened, and they assumed that I had parents here that voted for me or something. They didn't assume anything. But the fact is that I have looked at the database, and it shows that I have a voting history of voting when I did not live here, and it shows my new name voting when it was an old name that should have been voting when I didn't live here, should I have been voting correctly. I wanted to also mention that I asked the clerk about the voter rolls. The clerk told me that the Office of Election handles the voter rolls. The Office of Elections told me that the clerks handle the voter rolls. Nobody knows who handles the voter rolls. The voter rolls, as we know, as other people have testified, they are all messed up. There's multiple inaccuracies within it. I have looked up several people who have the same thing happen, where their voter history does not reflect reality. And there's talking, hello. My name was used to vote. I don't know who used it. I don't know how that occurred. That is something for the commission to investigate. And another thing I wanted to bring up is that when I was an observer for after the post-audit election audit, the amount of the 10% that was actually audited was 0.03%, which means the audit is not being conducted correctly. And that is a problem because it's not enough of a pool of voters, of ballots to see if there's any inaccuracies. I request that the commission follow up on this because this is very important. We have this statute for a reason. The other thing is, I remember someone asking, maybe it was Mr. Dillon, the commissioner, you know, he mentioned to some of these commissioners that vote nay or vote no or whatever on a particular, whatever the thing is that comes up. And there's no justification. They hear lots of these testimonies and then they just vote opposite no matter what. And I had a conversation with a House rep who said, when the testifiers come out, it helps us because then we can justify how we vote on the floor, on the House floor. And I would like these commissioners to say why they're voting a certain way when they just vote opposite of everything they're hearing in an election commission meeting. They're saying, well, there might be people that are not here who are just happy and fine with everything. Well, those people aren't showing up. The people that are showing up are telling you that things are not right. We want you to listen to us, and we feel that you work for us. The only reason you exist is to work for the people and not for the election office, a chief election officer. You work for the people on our behalf, and we're telling you what we want you to do. So I would urge you to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. The counties are responsible for maintaining the voter rolls and purging them. If you have any issues regarding votes that you didn't cast, I would file a formal letter to that county to look into it.
And the Elections Commission, please send it to us so we can look into it and open an investigation.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Thomas Stanton.
Hello, my name is Anne Marie Hamilton. I'm from Kauai. You know, I get on these meetings every month and I talk about laws that are broken. And I talk about no chain of custody. And I give you all these examples and I show emails and from election clerks that they're not following chain of custody. And nothing happens. It just kind of it goes in one ear and out the other, and nothing ever changes. And I feel like there's like these commissioners on this commission that are like a wall, and I don't quite understand what it's about. They always vote the same way. They don't give any reasons, just like the other testifier said, and they do not want to do any investigations, even though that is their job, to do investigations, to have meetings. So, you know, I can't quite figure it out. I don't want to say there's something nefarious going on here, but there's more and more people every month coming on these calls. It's only going to get worse as far as more people testifying and more anger if you don't start listening to us. And I want to remind you that you are in a position of power and authority, and you are supposed to be trusted public servants. And there's going to be accountability because these meetings are a formal record of your voting. And you're not even giving reasons why you're voting. You're just voting not to do any investigations. So if you think we're going to go away, we're not. It's going to get worse. We're going to get louder. We think there's something going on with our elections. And when it is proven that there is, these meetings are a formal record and there will be accountability. So I'm sure you're voting your conscience every single time. I don't know why you're not giving us reasons for the way you're voting, but perhaps you should start listening to us, because I think if you don't, you're going to regret it. And that's not a threat, not at all, but we're the public and there's a lot more of us than you, and we're not going away. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
The next testifier is Thomas Stanton, followed by James Vietz.
Aloha, Tom Stanton, Kauai Election Integrity. It is well established that on Kauai, we have a serious ballot chain of custody issue. We also have a very, very serious signature card verification issue. And we've actually also established that we can do a paper ballot audit in the post-election audit, okay? All that the Kauai election integrity volunteers and really the volunteers across the state are asking for is for the most basic accountability and transparency in our voting process. And if we can't have that, then our elections, they're a farce as far as I'm concerned. And you have a lot of people who have worked really, really hard to find out information, see how the process can be improved. And every time we bring this to the Office of Elections or our county clerk or the Elections Commission, nothing happens. I want to say thank you to the election commissioners on this board who are voting to support transparency and accountability. I want you to know that the people, the citizens on Kauai and across the state, we appreciate you and we have your backs. So with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
The next testifier is James Vietz, followed by Rosemarie Josh.
All right. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. Gotcha.
All right. Aloha. My name is James Vietz, and I've worked in network security for 15 years. My experience includes working at a local community college, TSA, server administration at a charter school, and I currently provide network engineering and security for businesses and websites on Maui. Every major election year for the past decade has risen concerns about hacking and security. Using my expertise, I reviewed the public documentation on our state's electoral procedure and found some concerning red flags. But under legal advisement, I can't detail how these vulnerabilities can be exploited, but I can share stories from my career to help you better understand network security. As a server admin at a charter school, we received secure network disconnected machines for state tests from the Department of Education. And despite these measures, students still managed to hack into the machines and manipulate their answers. They set most answers to invalid, which the machine graded incorrectly, making it easy to get a perfect score. A teacher noticed this irregularity, and the breach highlights that machines can miss unexpected attack vectors that human observers would catch. The solution was to have teachers review the answers, as every grade was too important to be left solely to machines. At TSA, which scans 3 million carry-on bags per day, there has not been a single breach in 20 years. Each bag is scanned by a machine and then manually reviewed by an officer. Even though TSA's machines are some of the best and most secure in the world, the Department of Homeland Security knows that image interpolation can't solely be relied on, so a human observer is necessary. I have personally seen the machine mistakenly not flag a firearm in a bag because that bag belonged to a crew member, but the diligent officer caught the threat before it could reach the airplane. This dual layer of security is crucial because aviation security is too important to be counted on solely by a machine. I hope this illustrates some of the risks that exist even in Hawaii. For a second opinion on your machines, I recommend hiring a third-party network security team, and they can identify the vulnerabilities directly without the legal concerns I'm limited by here. In conclusion, I advise that each ballot be scanned by a machine and then verified by a human observer, and any discrepancies should be adjudicated and documented publicly. This process is more cumbersome, but it will help to ensure election integrity, which is too important to be left solely to machines. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if there's time for that after. 3 minutes to explain network security is pretty difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vietz.
The next testifier is Rosemarie Josh, followed by Laura Nakanelua.
Rosemarie, you're muted. Rosemarie Josh, you're muted. Rosemarie, you're muted. And you're up. Rosemarie, you're muted and you're up.
Commissioner?
Thank you. There you go.
Aloha, Commissioners. Chair Curtis, my name is Rosemarie Yauk. Signature verification, Kauai 2022. I'm going to speak today on my previous written filings to the commission. First up is no observers per Chief Election Officer Nago, who in my estimation is not our Chief Election Officer. I operate under the premise that his term ended in February, and when re-election was on the agenda in April, it was out of order. He did not approach the commission for reappointment. And his no observers will be allowed for random audits, even though they are required by law, is just a travesty of this commission. Number two, previously submitted questions to the commission that have not been addressed. I did request that they be addressed in public session, and they have not. And one was the testimony given by an IT employee, whether she was current or past was undetermined. I tried to raise my hand for clarification, but was told that because I'd already spoken, I could not be called upon. So I am asking for clarification in public session whether or not the state of Hawaii employs members of the Communist Party in our IT elections department. So there's two things. Please confirm or deny that Scott Nago's commission ended in February 2024, and whether or not we have CCP in our IT department for the state of Hawaii elections. Thank you.
Somebody turn off their phone. Thank you. Is that it, Rosemary?
Yes, I need it answered in public session.
Next.
The next testifier is Laura Nakanelua, followed by Cynthia Joe.
Aloha, commissioners and Chair Curtis.
Aloha.
This is Laura Nakanelua. Thank you for allowing me to speak briefly. I want to thank the commissioners, all of the commissioners who are participating in this process. You are hearing a lot of information, rapid fire. Some of it you've heard many times before, and I think that at this point, I would encourage you all to feel comfortable to start to begin taking action of the complaints that you've heard. Since December of 2020, some of these complaints are repetitive, not just month over month, but year over year. I'd like to request that you first turn your attention to Jamie Detweiler's request for an audit, because she has been before you all very respectfully, very professionally asking to have her district audited, and it is, as many of you have already said here on this call, the law. So please do your best first, if you could find a way as commissioners to call for a vote to move forward with her request one way or another. She deserves an answer, and I hope that the answer will be that you will support an audit that is most importantly observed by outside observers and not just behind closed doors. That is very, very important, as Ms. Detweiler herself articulated. Secondarily, I also want to ask that you all take a vote to determine whether or not you all as a commission can look at the chain of custody, not just between the drop boxes, because that is wide open, but also between the, well, I'll give you two routes, between the post office and the signature verification center. where the ballots land. And then from the signature verification down to the counting center in both directions, from the post office to the signature verification and signature verification to the counting center, because these are routes that are unaccompanied by outside observers regularly. So I think, again, as commissioners, if you all would be so kind as to consider looking at chain of custody in a serious manner and understanding that a secured chain of custody is defined by having someone accompanying and observing the ballots from location to location. And it sounds like a big ask, but it's absolutely possible when you have an army of volunteers who are ready and willing to assist. And that's what you have, you know, by the 90 plus, 100 plus people here on the call. And then lastly, I would also ask if you would please consider the issue of observers during the signature verification process. It is, I think, worth determining whether or not it is viable to have someone there, both on the neighbor islands as well as right here on Oahu. Not all of them have a signature verification center that's automated the way that we do on Oahu. The counties do handle things differently, but would ask that we allow observers and encourage observers. Again, I'll close. I know I'm a little over time. I just want to thank you all for patiently hearing concerns. And it feels to me like you all are becoming more and more, and you know, we just started doing this 4 years ago, and Nago himself admitted that this was going to be a trial effort, the first all mail-in ballot election year that we've had. We're
Thank you,
learning
Laura.
along the way, and we're here to share that information with you. Appreciate
Thank
your listening. Thank you, George Curtis.
Thank you, Laura.
The next testifier is Cynthia Joe, followed by Brett Colbis.
Aloha, Cynthia. You're muted. Cynthia, you're muted. Cynthia, you're up, but muted. Cynthia Joe.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, are you here?
Yep, you
Can
got
you
it.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's very something.
Now your connection's something
Strange
else.
with the system today. All right, aloha. And the Commissioner Dylan Andrian said something that's really stuck in my mind. Can you hear me?
On and
Hello?
off. On and off. You're intermittent.
Sure, maybe
Yeah.
if she turns her video off, her connection can be
Oh,
stronger.
yeah, okay, that's strange. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. You can turn your video off, as Dylan suggested, to increase your bandwidth. You can turn your video off and we can hear you better.
Okay, hang on just a second here. Okay. It's not responding. Hang on just a second. Huh.
Bottom left, stop
Hmm.
video.
I'm on my phone.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Stop video.
Yep, I'm pressing it, but it's
There you go.
not
Okay, you're
not
set.
going off. I had this experience. Okay. All right, here we go. Try this again. All right. Oh, now it came back on. Okay, there. Anyway, so back to the April Election Commission, Commissioner Dylan Andrian made a comment that has really stuck with me. And he said, why don't we go back to 1 day voting? And I would like to say, I would like to see that on the next agenda, because in the Hawaii State Constitution, Article 2, Section 8, the first sentence says, general elections shall be held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November in all even numbered years. Okay, so the Constitution is a contract, and currently the state is in breach of contract. And I and many others across the state have been collecting oaths of office, and all oaths of office for all elected and appointed offices, servants, are to the Hawaii State Constitution and the United States Constitution. They are not to Hawaii Revised Statutes. Hawaii Revised Statutes are private bar attorney law that are meant to be confusing, And I have definitely witnessed over the last number of months of attending this that it's a dog chasing its tail, trying to make the statutes work. And that's intentional by that private law group. So what I would like to see for the next agenda is the discussion for the upcoming 2024 elections, that it goes back, the discussion starts being pushed back to precincts, 1 day of voting that is in the Article 2, Section 8 of our Constitution. And this would avoid all of these headaches, all of these shenanigans, all of these lack of integrity, and it would make it a lot easier for the Election Commission. So just to finish up, there is absolutely no proof that all of the current electronic voting and mail-in voting and early voting, that actually improves voter participation. In fact, it shows the opposite, that it makes it less. People are less interested. So just to finish up, as a thing that all of you and every legislator has taken an oath of office, and an oath cannot be partly true or partly false. It is a contract. The Constitution is a contract.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Yep. Okay. And I'd like to see this issue for voting 1 day constitutional style for the next agenda. Thank you. I yield.
Next.
The next testifier is Brett Colbis, followed by Clint Curtis.
Hi, Brett.
Aloha, Commission. I'm Brett Colbis, 26-year Navy veteran, and my oath never expires. I fully agree with many of the testifiers. I will add that you, Chair, can parse the language in an attempt to abdicate yours and the Commission responsibilities, but the public is paying attention. I would also ask that you have the county elections representatives attend this meeting, provide a report to this commission on what they are doing, especially in this election year. Additionally, I highly recommend that this commission, your advisors and assistants, take a certified parliamentary course, because you are not following even the basic tenets of parliamentary procedures. Lastly, the ERIC bill, SB 2240, is on the governor's desk. Has this commission, or will this commission, send him a letter on official letterhead opposing ERIC as you voted in a previous commission meeting? Since this commission didn't do it when the bill was being considered by the legislature, this is your last opportunity to stop us from getting into ERIC and putting the entire population of Hawaii voters, personal identifiable and information at jeopardy. I yield.
Thank you, Brett.
The next testifier is Clint Curtis, followed by Tamara McKay.
Hello, everybody.
Aloha.
My name is Clint Curtis. I am here to basically talk about using ballot images instead of paper ballots to I was the programmer back in 2000 that did the prototype for the electronic voting machines, testified before Congress and everything else, because in that very prototype, there was the ability to flip the vote. The programmer controls the whole universe of that machine. So if I am going to flip a vote in the machine, I'm going to flip the image as well. The image doesn't magically appear. Logs don't magically appear. The programmer builds everything. If I don't write a log, you won't have one. If I don't write a ballot image, you won't have one. And I can write that image any way I want to. It's simply a matter of taking the file that you want to be making, basically like Battleship has a little grid. You select the black dots and the white dots, and you put it in an array, and then you reproduce it any way you feel like, because that's what we do. So it's very important that you don't tie your audit directly to the machine, and you have at least something outside of that machine's control that you can actually use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
The next testifier is Tamara McKay, followed by Steve Yoder.
Ms. McKay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission. As the state chair of the Hawaii Republican Party, I'm here today to express a critical and non-negotiable demand on behalf of our party and the Republican constituency of Hawaii. We are calling for post-election audits for the upcoming primary and general elections. Our request is rooted in a commitment to the highest level of integrity, transparency, and a faith in our electoral processes. This is not procedural formality, it is a civic duty. And as the speaker mentioned earlier, a violation of Article Section 8. We formally demand the Elections Commission, especially you, Mr. Curtis, to enforce and facilitate a post-election audit of a targeted 10% of precincts with the stipulation that these audits be conducted directly on the original paper ballots as provided for Hawaii Revised Statute 16-2B3 and HAR 177-762A and 3. Auditing the original paper ballot is crucial. The challenges faced during the 2022 elections have only heightened the necessity for this to transpire, ensuring the audit process is comprehensive and free of digital manipulation or error. Furthermore, we urge the Commission and the Office of Elections to uphold and streamline the process of sorting and storing ballots by precinct. This procedure is essential for facilitating the audit process and reinforcing the structural integrity of our election system. We expect this organization of ballots to be maintained for all future elections. In addition, we demand that these audits be free from algorithms and verified by voters. We do not trust digital images alone. Elected officials and those working on the taxpayer's dime should be open and insist on transparency to all voters, regardless of party affiliation. We call for an audit count on all races. Representatives from all parties should be present to verify the process, ensuring no one is locked out. This transparency is crucial to restoring trust in our system and those elected to serve. This issue transcends party lines. It's about we the people. We demand fair and transparent elections, and your immediate attention and proactive communication are essential to uphold the principles that govern our nation and the state of Hawaii. So let's start working together to ensure that our elections are free, fair, and transparent for all. Mr. Kolbus mentioned earlier about parliamentary procedures, and he took the words out of my mouth. I was going to invite you to some future classes that we will be scheduling regarding parliamentary procedures so that we can look at you with dignity and respect. The citizens are tired of being shrugged off by those being paid by our citizens' taxpayer dollars. And if Mr. Naga was doing such a good job on behalf of the voters and the citizens, we wouldn't be sitting here having these discussions. There's a failure of leadership and a failure to represent the voice of the people. And I encourage everyone to start coming together to represent the constituents, the state of Hawaii, and the Constitution and the United States of America. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
The next testifier is Steve Yoder, followed by Keikilani Kealoha.
Hi, Steve.
Okay. Hi, Mike. Thank you guys for taking my call. My issues are two. One is goes back to Adriel Lamb's original issue of when Diamond Garcia submitted his names when he pulled his papers to run for office. I did the same for District 16. I submitted 43 names that were ironclad. I've been doing this for 10 years. I have access to GOP data center for the entire county of Kauai, let alone my district at that time. And 10 were considered inactive or whatever the reasons were. What's interesting is one of those names is attending this meeting. She's an election commissioner. She was called to be inactive, and I called him on it. So there's something deeply wrong. My second issue is this. I recently received some information that shows that there are numerous, a plague of registered voters in our country, state by state, who have no Social Security number. So my question is this, and Mike, I'm asking you to help me here, direct me. Who has the wherewithal to find out who on the island of Kauai, the county of Kauai, excuse me, are registered to vote who have no social security number. The numbers exceed 6.5 million in California who have no social security number. The numbers exceed in the state of Illinois, 1.25 million people. The number exceeds in Arizona, over 1.5 million people who are registered to vote who have no social security number. This is a wrinkle and a kerfuffle that never even occurred to me, but it does now. So, Mike, I'm going to ask for some interaction right here. Please tell me now, who do I contact to address the problem of people who are registered to vote who have no social security number? I await reply in time.
Thank you.
No, do you know? I'm not going to. I'm going to let you get off this easy.
I got no idea. I think social security numbers.
So that's all I want to know. You have
got
no
no
idea. And I don't, Mike, it's my time. I don't fault you for it. But we need to find this out. This is extremely disturbing to me. And I hope it would be to every person on the election commission who's listening to this video, whether you vote yay or nay, or you're out to lunch, or you're excused, or whatever your reason is. But there is a growing amount of people who are concerned about voter integrity. So please, you know my email. Will you please respond to me personally in my email, KauaiPatriot@gmail.com.
You mentioned
let me know.
GOP data center and the data files. Does a GOP data center have the voter registration list for each of the islands in the whole state?
They do, but I only had access. Presently, I only have access to my district, which I'm addressing right now. In the past, I've had access to the entire county of Kauai, which I no longer have, which I'm seeking to readdress. Will you please address me personally, KauaiPatriot@gmail.com, who has the wherewithal to get to the bottom of people who are registered to vote in the county of Kauai and the state of Hawaii who do not have a social security number?
I'll ask. Thank you.
And you'll respond to me.
Yes, I will.
KauaiPatriot@gmail.com. I yield.
Gotcha. Thanks, Steve.
The next testifier is Keikilani Kealoha, followed by OG.
Ms. Kealoha.
Aloha, my name is Keikilani Ho. I actually am here to ask for your consideration for the new rule that was requested to be adopted regarding the signature verification of ballot envelopes. It says the process of ballot envelope signature verification by elections personnel, whether by automatic or manual verification, shall be performed in the presence of no less than 2 observers. That is a rule that I would like to see adopted. And I also have a comment for Mr. Scott Nagle. I'm not sure what is happening behind the scenes, but I do know that something is very wrong. The universe, or as some like me believe, God, gives people many chances to make their wrongs right, to save them from the penalty they deserve for doing wrong. You, Scott Nagle, have had many warnings and prompts to do what is right, and it is not too late to do what is right. I'm a very intuitive person, and when I see you, your eyes speaks volumes. I do believe that one day you can do what is right. I am just asking out of concern for you as a person to do what is right by the people before the doors of accountability open, because I do assure you, this is a year of accountability. And I have said this before, and I have seen many people being held accountable now for their wrongdoings, and I called it ahead of time. Please do what is right before you waste the rest of your life in prison. I yield.
Thanks, Ms. Kealoha.
The next testifier is OG.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is my first time attending this meeting, and I am taken aback by the flash mob of political discord represented by quite a few of you. I have worked as a precinct officer, as a precinct inspector, 18 years worth of time. And I will tell you, it is an extremely difficult day. It is hard work. We get up at 4 in the morning and we don't get finished till quite late at night, and your body hurts. So the insinuations and the inferences of cheating and hovering of malcontentedness is really undeserved. Every person who is working as a precinct voter inspector, whether it's Honolulu Holly, the schools, or this year we'll be doing the voting mailing, is I can only speak for myself, but the people that I've worked with have been people of integrity and who have worked diligently without knowing what the results were going to be. As far as observers go, I do think that the challenge is a little bit because of the mail-in ballot this year, but isn't it my understanding, Chairman, that that lists can be provided for at the major centers. That would probably be up Kapolei Way this time, where the rolls are updated every few hours the day of election. I mean, that's how we crossed out who showed up, right? And so an idea like that perhaps could be instituted. As far as the one-day voting thing, I think that would be lovely to be able to do, but I don't think that that's possible anymore with the myriad of people and responsibilities that have. And so that comes across as kind of trying to like take away the vote rather than have an accurate vote. So I just wanted to say that. And there was one particular person, I don't think I'll say their name, but they said they spoke for the people of Hawaii. And you certainly don't speak for me. I believe that the peoples of these United States, whether Democrat, Republican, Independent, or Libertarian, American Freedom Party, Green Party, what have you, I believe that we all want the same thing, and that's the best governance for our country. Sometimes we get what we want, and sometimes we don't. So I thank the people of Hawaii for believing in voting. I think the constant rhetoric of anger and injustice, thank you, I'll wrap it up. You've made me frightened to show you my face. Please consider that. Not everybody's cheating. Perhaps you could consider giving this a try. And I don't know if I'll return, but I will call you, Mr. Commissioner, and I will find out how I can be of service. Thank you, and thank you for educating me, all of you.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no more testifiers.
Could you put me on a 3-minute timer, please?
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, as chair, if you look back over the last 20 years, there may have been 2, maybe 3 elections commission meetings per year prior to this year. As chair, I made monthly meetings, and these discussions are valuable for everybody. Voter rolls are maintained by the county. The county clerk does the voter rolls. Election security. I have a document from Scott Nago that is the SOP for operations for elections. I'll share with that for the next meeting. It's a 500-page document. If you go through it, you'll probably find the document security and the chain of custody. IT security. IT security for any online stuff is something that scares me, and I agree with everybody that the online IT security is a major issue and a major opportunity for misuse. Signature verification is another item. Have you ever signed a credit card with just a line across it and the signature was accepted? I haven't received a report after having requested with each one of the counties how many signatures were unverified. Kauai was a visual one. I think I understand every other county was a mechanical reading of signatures. Signature verification is a major issue. IT security is a major issue. We passed a motion for an audit for District 37, and that's being scheduled within the Office of Elections. I think it's, and there, as per law, you'll have observers. I think that's it. Other than that, in-person paper balloting same day is the greatest security of the elections, and I would support that. It requires a legislative action because the legislature is who enabled the mail-in balloting. The legislature changes that, not this commission. At the beginning of my chairmanship, I circulated a little file that showed who was responsible for what. It shows that the Elections Commission is over it all, but we're advisory. These guys do what they want as far as the county, as far as voter registration and maintaining the rolls. But each of the counties receives the ballots. Each of the counties should report to us. Again, with monthly meetings, we can bring this stuff up, and I look forward to solutions. Thank you.
Can each of the commissioners have 3 minutes also, please?
Yeah, you can have 3 minutes. Please put Ralph on a 3-minute timer.
Okay, so to address Brett Kubelis, I asked the chair if he was going to send a letter to the governor regarding our position on Eric. He told me that I could send a letter on our position on Eric. I wrote out a letter. I sent it to the Office of Elections to be, they are the administration for the Elections Commission. And I asked them to send a letter. And then I asked for a follow-up if they sent my letter or not. And they never replied to me. So I never heard if they sent my letter on or not. And so that was an official act that was supposed to have happened. And again, that comes down to the leadership of Scott Nago. And I got no response. The people in charge of taking care of that work under Scott Nago. I have some follow-up questions for Clint Curtis, and perhaps I can do that on Tamara McKay's letter, or I can do it now. But Mr. Curtis said he wrote a program that changed the ballot images. I have been requesting the legal definition of a ballot image and how it is created from the Office of Elections for months now. Nobody even acknowledges that I have sent the email to him. I've copied the chair on it multiple times, and nobody will get me the legal definition. The legal definition of a ballot image is important because Scott Nago is hanging his hat on using ballot images to confirm the accuracy of the ballot. And what we're saying is the ballot image can be manipulated. And I would like Clint Curtis to elaborate on that because he has direct experience with doing that. And I would like the rest of the commission to give Mr. Curtis 3 more minutes to explain how a ballot image is created and how it can be manipulated. Very important. So also, I would like the Office of Elections to respond to my multiple texts, my multiple emails asking for the legal definition, because we are going to use this. A ballot image is not an exact duplicate. It's not an exact copy of the ballot. A ballot image uses an algorithm to interpret the marks on a ballot. And for that I yield, and I would ask that you allow Mr. Curtis 3 more minutes to explain a ballot image and how it is made and how it can be manipulated. Thank you.
Thank you. The fact that it can be manipulated is accepted. And that's one of the risks of our election. Is there another commissioner would like 3 minutes? In that case, I'd like to move on.
I'm sorry, I was
item
muted.
6. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's my fault. I was muted. Jamie Detweiler, do you have a date set for your audit? Jamie, are you still on?
It's for your comments, Ms. Papalimo.
Yes, I wanted to
I
ask
do not.
Jamie.
I
You do
believe
not
I do
have
not.
dates.
I believe
Scott
it was
Nagel.
tentatively scheduled for January 2025. They're busy with this year's election right now.
Wouldn't that
This is
take
best
it
I know.
out of the mandatory time limit?
I don't know.
Ms. Detweiler, what is your time limit on this?
I can answer that 22-month time limit.
It's a 22-month time limit, and so January would fall within the 22 months?
No, so it's not a 22-month time limit. It's a 22-month requirement that we maintain the custody and integrity of the ballots for the Department of Justice in case they need it to do any kind of investigation. So this audit would have to take place outside of the 22 months because we need to keep that integrity, and that would take us to September. We would be in the middle of the January election, so that's why we're scheduling it for January 2025. We don't intend to destroy those ballots. We intend to still maintain the custody, but we just want to make sure that we don't do it within the 22-month period.
I'm not sure why that 22-month period, why we can't do it within that time, since she's been asking for 2 years.
Because the Department of Justice, the Federal Department of Justice requires us to maintain the integrity of those ballots. Therefore, we keep them sealed for 22 months. Once the 22 months is up, which I said is in September, we can do the audit. And that's when we plan to do, that's why we plan to do the audit after the 22 months, which would be in January after the general election.
Could you put that in writing, please?
It's on record here, Ralph.
No, it needs to be in writing because we want to follow up on that. I don't
Oh,
believe that.
I'm sorry. Hang on, Ralph. This is my time. I believe that Ms. Detweiler should get that in writing, what the date is. Jamie, are you still online?
Can you unmute Jamie, please?
Thank you. I do not have a date. This is the first time I'm hearing about January 2025. They have not answered my correspondence on April 22nd, April 25, and June 5. And so this, like I said, this is the first time I'm hearing it. And who is to say that the security of the ballots, the ballot boxes are going to be protected after the 22 months? Legally, they're not held responsible beyond the 22 months. They've had opportunity to get this started in April, and they have not done so. And by not answering my correspondences, they are delaying the process.
Well, this is what bothers me is we're required to hold on to it because if anything like this comes up, we have the records to do it. I don't think it says we cannot open it. It just has to be done. The audit has to be done properly according to law, and then it goes back in the box, right? So that's my concern is why the delay, because anytime after those 22 months, somebody could come back and say, we don't have anything from the precincts. And I don't want that to happen to you because I think 2 years is long enough.
I don't want that to happen either.
I don't see why a one-day thing couldn't be done. You have access to these things. I don't believe that you can't open them. You can open them to do the audit because the audit is supposed to actually be done after the vote is taken.
Right.
So you do have access to those things, right, Mr. Nagel?
Yes, but currently our focus is on the 2024 elections.
Well, I think we need to focus on this. I think it'll take a day for you to pull that box out. It'll take a day for you.
It's not a box. That's the issue. The issue is all the ballots are scattered within all of Oahu, and we would have to go through boxes.
But we're doing one precinct. You folks don't put them by precinct?
No, we do not.
Why not? That seems very foolish.
Because in a mail system, the ballots come back not in precinct order.
But we can put them in precinct order when they get returned back to the Office of Elections.
We can, but that would take a manual sort, and that would take time before we can start counting the ballots.
No.
Right
After
now,
you count the ballots, you can put them back in order.
Right now, they're not in precinct order. They're not sorted by
Should have
precinct.
been organized at the time of
That's
the ballot
crazy.
counting.
Jamie, please.
Okay, so we need to fix this, and I think it needs to be done prior to the next election. I think you need to come up with a date prior to that. I think this is.
We need 3 minutes for any other commissioners.
Oh, I wasn't done with all my people that I was going to speak to.
Sorry, you had 3 minutes. You can come back after the end of all the commissioners.
Okay.
Is there any other commissioner that would like 3 minutes?
Chair, I would just like to make a comment that things need to be more organized when the elections happen. That coming to understand that all of these ballots are scattered and not able to be organized precinct by precinct is unreasonable to me. And if this needs to be improved on, I would think that for this election, it happens so that precinct by precinct, these ballots are organized. So when these requests come through, they're available to be audited. And I think you need to make time for this individual's request to be honored, because this has been going on too long. I don't accept this answer that it needs to wait till January.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners that would like to comment? Ralph, you wanted to comment? You wanted another 3 minutes?
I would like Clint Curtis to speak to ballot images. He has actually done this in an election, and he testified in front of Congress. So I would like him to have an additional 3 minutes to explain to everyone how this happens, and that if we don't check the original paper ballot, it's a problem. So please allow him 3 minutes.
We accept the fact that ballot images can be manipulated.
But we use them for the audits. That's the problem.
Yep. Mail-in balloting is a problem that's raising
We're
these
supposed to
issues.
use the paper ballots for.
No, we
audits.
just need to go to the legislator and write a new law for this.
That's right.
The legislature is not requiring the use of ballot images. They're allowing it. And we took a stance last meeting, and we said that all audits need to be done with the voter verifiable paper audit trail. And I would like Mr. Curtis to explain why this is so important. It can't just be glazed over like this. That is
we can accept
integrity of our election.
We can accept that both any internet stuff, any ballot imaging can all be manipulated. We can accept that.
Yeah.
That's an issue that's being raised with the mail-in balloting that we're exposing over the last 2 election cycles.
So why are we allowing ballot images to be used for audits? That's
because there's been no proof of abuse yet. When you show,
well, you can't approve abuse if you don't have the paper. They won't let us look at the paper. It's simple as that. We need to look at the paper to compare the ballot images, and they're not letting us do
audit. Well, I press that. Ms. Topolimo, did you had some more minutes?
I did. I just had another. Brett Colbis brought up an excellent piece. We need to send a letter on our letterhead from the commission to the governor. So I'm going to make a motion now that we send a letter from the commission on our letterhead from our that we took a vote on Eric and we do not feel that Eric is right for Hawaii. And I would like a second on that so we can get that letter out ASAP.
Second, I second.
Discussion.
Go ahead, call for the vote.
Well, let's reread the motion, Jaslyn.
Okay, sorry. I got the motion is to send a letter from the commission on letterhead. Was it to Eric? Sorry.
No, to the governor.
Oh, to the governor.
Letting him know that the commission does not support Eric for the state of Hawaii.
And that was seconded. Is there a discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I already asked this question. I sent a correspondence to the chair, and I asked him to send this letter to the governor. The chair said that I could send a letter on behalf of the Elections Commission.
No, I didn't say on behalf of the Elections Commission. I said that the Elections Commission voted that we don't want Eric in the state of Hawaii. That motion and that minutes was reflected in Scott Nago's testimony in front of the legislature and Representative Ward's question stating that the Elections Commission does not approve of Eric. So that's a matter of record in the legislature too. You're welcome to send a letter to the governor saying that we don't support Eric, but he already knows that.
But not on
I
behalf.
have no
of the
objection to this.
Commission? So
It's part of our
So-
minutes.
So let's take a vote. Come on, Ralph, you know you're gonna vote with, you approve of it.
I vote, I,
Wait. Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Chair, I just
Also-
wanted to state that the vote on Eric, I don't believe was unanimous.
It wasn't unanimous.
It wasn't
Right.
unanimous, but it did
Ms.
say.
Papalimo previously stated that it was unanimous, but it was not. You're right, Mr.
Correct.
Kikuchi.
Oh, I did not state it was unanimous today.
Not today. You did previously.
Yes,
Is there any other discussion on the motion of the letter to the governor?
Yes, Chair. Also, I'd like to make note in that letter, the date when we made that decision. We voted on it originally to be included in this letter.
Okay, the date of the minutes of that we approved that motion, not unanimously. Agreed. Okay. Is there any other discussion on the
Chair?
letter to the governor? Yes.
Can the secretary repeat the exact motion so that, it says motion on the next minutes?
Okay. Yes, please. Jaslyn, again.
Okay, the motion is to send a letter from the commission on letterhead to the governor that the commission does not support Eric in the state of Hawaii.
And as an amendment, we'll state the date of the commission meeting that was voted on.
Would you put the vote count on there too?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Is there any other discussion on the motion to send a letter to the governor against Eric? Everybody knows what Eric is, yeah? It's an electronic voter registration list that's shared by several states so that there won't be any voters in 3 or 4 or 5 states. Is there any other discussion on the motion to send a letter to the governor? I would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
aye.
Commissioner Kiguchi,
Aye.
Commissioner Kawada is excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No.
and Chair Curtis.
Aye. Motion carries for the letter to the governor regarding Eric. Over.
Thank you. I would like to, the last thing I would like to do is start an investigation for Adriel Lamb on that name, United States Hawaii, and how it got a vote in the last election. I think it's really important for us to do that, to find out how that occurred. I'm gonna make a motion that we investigate how the United States Hawaii was allowed to vote with no previous address, and how a registered vote got recorded for him or her. And I would ask that this commission make that our first investigation into some of this kind of stuff, because I'm really upset about Diamond Garcia. The fact that a sitting representative has been taken off the list of voters upsets me. The rest of us, we can all go check, but that is very that bothers me a lot. And so I think that might be the second one I bring up, but I would like a motion to investigate how a name like that on the voter rolls actually got a vote. I think we need to see how that worked.
I second.
The motion was to initiate an investigation as to how United States of America was registered as a voter and was allowed to vote. Is that correct?
United States, Hawaii, I believe. And Adriel, if you're still on the line, could you send us some clarifying information about that so we can begin an investigation?
The motion is to initiate an investigation on United States, Hawaii, whatever the name was that Adriel mentioned.
Voter, yeah.
And it was seconded by Ralph. Discussion.
Is that a
First,
current voter?
Well, apparently that is what happened. Yes.
In what county is that voter registered in?
I believe he said Honolulu County.
Okay, then Honolulu clerk controls the voter registration rolls, and I think
So
a
that's
letter-
where we would go when we start our investigation then.
and I think perhaps a letter would be a good initial piece for.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to go over how we're going to do the investigation right now. Just, I want to make sure we get the investigation started, and then we can go through how we can do that, who we need to go to first.
And it start with a letter to the city and county of Honolulu.
The
Yes.
clerk, county clerk. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's better to start with a letter, get some information. All we have now is oral testimony, right? Just to confirm details. And then if we need to do investigation, we can do one. But I think starting an investigation.
No, the
on
motion I'm
nothing that we
making
have
is
right
to
now,
start an
I don't think
investigation.
is a really
Excuse me.
serious way of performing an
As
investigation.
chair, I acknowledge speakers, and that's why I was so rude to Ralph previously. Ms. Papalimo has the floor. Claire, I'll get to you.
Yeah, my motion is on the table to start an investigation. How we go about doing that, I think we're all going to decide that it'll probably be a letter. We would need to request more information from Mr. Lamb first, and then we would know where to send that letter. And so I think that's how we would start the investigation. Right now, the motion is that we need to start the investigation.
Discussion,
And-
Ms. McKay?
Excuse me, Chair. Can we restate the motion exactly before we
In-
vote?
In a minute, Ms. McKay has the floor.
Yeah,
Miss
sorry, I
McKay.
wanted, and I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to
Yeah,
say
I'm
that
sorry.
all we have is oral testimony. And I think we need to just have more detail before we decide if an investigation is warranted here. Otherwise, I think we risk, looking as though we're not performing serious investigations. If we don't have any documented evidence, we don't have anything confirmed by the County Clerk of Honolulu at all. So I just don't think we have anything to go on as it stands. And if we can find some information and we see this and it's verified, at that stage, I think we should take a vote on, do we start an investigation? But I just don't think we have anything substantial at the moment.
Thank you. Cynthia.
Yes, Chair.
Cynthia.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a hard time hearing you, Claire. So I didn't get most of what you said.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. So the motion is just to start an investigation on that, whatever the name is?
On the one registered voter that voted, yes, that was reported by Mr. Lamb.
Yes,
Is that name going to be stated in the motion?
it is United States, Hawaii.
Okay,
It's in
so repeat the motion exactly.
That we investigate Adriel Lamb's claim that United States, Hawaii, a registered voter that voted in the last election, and how that came to be. The
Cynthia.
address that's on the paperwork apparently is a vacant address. That person named United States, Hawaii never lived there. He does have documentation of all of this, which is
Thank
what
you.
we would need to
Thank
request.
you,
him.
Ms. Papalima.
Yeah.
Is that adequate, Cynthia?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Don't be
So
sorry.
it's a long motion, sorry. So can we just say that the motion is to investigate US Hawaii, a registered voter, a Hawaii registered voter who voted in whatever election it was he or she voted in,
Yes,
instead of going to all the other stuff.
I don't want to amend my motion, because my motion, it specifies.
wait,
Adrian
Ms.
Lamb's
Papalima, Ms.
name.
Papalima.
Yeah.
Please wait till you're recognized. I think the motion does include this United States Hawaii, and that we're going to investigate his registration as a voter and his voting record. Yeah.
Are you speaking to me? I'm sorry.
No, I'm speaking to everybody. That's the motion. That the motion is to investigate the registration of
Adriel
United States
Lamb's-
Hawaii, and it was reported by Adriel Lamb, and we'll refer to him. But the motion is to investigate the registration as a voter of United States Hawaii and the vote.
I'm sorry, this is my motion. That is not my motion. My motion is to investigate the situation brought to us by Adriel Lamb regarding a voter, United States Hawaii, and his voting record.
Thank you.
I want that in there. It is brought to us by Adriel Lamb.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I second the motion.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Does anybody speak against the motion?
I'd like to discussion,
Does
Chair.
anybody speak against the motion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry too, because I think I had let you know I needed to leave at 3:40, but just real quickly, what I wanted to suggest is we take up Mr. Lamb on his offer to provide us the information that he has that shows the discrepancy there. And then we give that information in a letter form to the county clerks and ask for a response from them. Depending on what the response from them is, then we could possibly initiate an investigation.
Sounds like that would initiate the investigation.
Just the letter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or is there anyone speaking against the motion? In that case, I'll call for a vote.
Chair, I'd like to add to the discussion.
I don't think you need to, Ralph.
I'd like to add to the discussion, Chair. It's my right.
It's your right. Go for it.
Okay, so on all these motions that we're making, they
We're
just
talking
died.
about this one motion. We're talking
I'm-
about this one motion, Ralph.
Quit interrupting me. I'm talking about this motion.
If
So
you're talking about the motion, fine. If you're talking about other motions, it's not fine.
what happens is if we don't put teeth in this motion right now, like the rest of the motions, we approve it and then there's no further action taken and it dies in the minutes as something that was passed and never followed up on.
So would you like me, would you like a friendly
Ms.
amendment?
Papalimu, Ralph has the floor.
I'm offering him a friendly
Thank
amendment.
you, Ms. Papalimu. Ralph has the floor. Ralph?
So we need to add teeth to this because all of our motions are passed and nothing is followed up on. So I believe we should amend your motion so that we ensure that there's follow-up on this and that this is added to the next meeting and that all of our motions are followed up on and not left to die. So somehow, I don't know what the right wording would be, but we need to add some teeth to this so that this doesn't just go to the minutes and die a death like the rest of them.
Well, I believe that once an
Ms.
investigation.
Papalimu, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry. That's why I'm voting for an investigation. And I think once that starts, then. So what do you, if you want
Ms.
a friendly
Papalimu
amendment, tell
has
me
the
what you
floor.
want, Ralph. What do you
So
want,
we'd like-
Ralph, on there?
No.
You want
So
a date, a timeline, what?
Who gets to follow up? Because if we
Ralph,
give it to the
you
chair to
have the
follow up,
floor.
if we give it to the chair to follow up, he won't. So I would like to say that you will be the person writing the letter and following up on this motion so that it gets done. If you do it or whoever makes the motion follows up with the letter, then the motion will get done. If we leave it to the chair doesn't follow up on any of this stuff and it just withers away.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to withdraw my second on the motion.
Can't do that. Once it's on the floor, it's on the floor. It belongs to the
Shucks.
commission. Shucks. Okay.
Well, how do we amend the motion?
By proposing an amendment.
I have no problem.
Ms.
doing
Papalimo,
the
you
letter.
have the floor.
I have no problem doing the letter if that's what the problem is.
I'd like
if
to
the-
amend the
if the-
motion, Chair.
If the chair is open to that, to take some of that off of his plate.
Ralph, you have the floor.
Okay, I'd like to amend the motion to allow Ms. Papalimo to write the letters to the counties and that the Office of Elections Administration will forward those letters on Elections Commission letterhead to the appropriate agencies that she's sending to.
There is a second to the amendment.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Anita. Discussion on the amendment. I would call for roll call on the amendment.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi. Oh, he left. Commissioner Kawada is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takanaka,
No,
Chair Curtis.
Aye. Now, I would call for a roll call on the main motion as amended to include that Ms. Papalimo will write the letter, et cetera, et cetera. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi is excused. Commissioner Kawada is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takanaka,
no.
Chair Curtis.
Aye. Motion carries. Is there any other commissioner that hasn't spoken would like to take 3 minutes? In that case, we'll move on to item 6, adopting administrative rules.
No, Chair. We're skipping, we're gonna stay on correspondence. We're gonna stick to the agenda.
We're done with correspondence. We're done with commissioner.
No, we're not, Chair.
comments. We're going
done
to
with public
adopting
testimony.
administrative rules.
Chair, we have not addressed the correspondence. There's Corrine Solomons, there's Carl Dix, there's Jamie
That's
Dever,
right.
there's
Yeah.
Ralph Kushney, there's Rose Johnch, Anne Marie Hamilton, and then adopting the rules.
Correct.
Is there a motion regarding any of the information in correspondence and communications?
Yes, Chair.
What's the motion?
First of all, Chair, I'd like to ask,
No, we'll discuss motions on the floor. Do you have a motion that you'd like to make from information on correspondence and communication?
I move to relieve Scott Nago from his duties as Chief Elections Officer.
Seconded.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to start.
Okay.
It's obvious.
Wait.
from all the-
This doesn't come from communications and correspondence. It's a new item on the agenda that will
Chair,
have to go on the next agenda.
It does not, Chair. We
No, it
cannot-
does not.
It's a major change to the agenda.
Chair.
It is in direct
removal-
It
correspondence.
requires 2/3 to add to an agenda.
No, Chair, it does not. This item is in HRS 11-1.6.
You're talking about communications and correspondence. Where does it occur there?
The letters.
The chief elections officer can be removed at any time, and all we have to do is give a reason. It doesn't need to be agenda. It has to be on the
an agenda item, and it's a major agenda change.
Sure,
It needs to be approved by all of us to change the agenda. You can put it on next month's agenda, but it's not.
No, you would only need a
agenda.
2/3 vote. I make a motion to change the agenda to add this on.
No, wait, hang on. Just give me a second. I'm gonna find the statute that talks about this.
You do that while I make
the motion's on the floor, and it was seconded. Except, I don't accept that it's an agenda item without a major change of the agenda, and I would ask the AG to chime in on this one.
So here we go. I'm gonna, the chief elections officer.
Ralph, you don't have the floor. I'm asking for the AG of his opinion on an agenda change.
Yes, hello everyone. This is Christopher Leong from the Attorney General's office.
Okay, point of order, please. Point of order.
You're overruled. What rule am I?
Do we have a new Attorney General, and why?
That's another issue.
Okay, no, this is relevant to the issue because all of the Attorney Generals.
Chris Leong is the Attorney General, and I've asked him for opinion regarding a major agenda change. Mr. Leong?
Yes, so, I mean, it doesn't appear that the item that was just brought up is on the agenda. So it would require amending the agenda, which, as the chair has said, and the chair is correct that it would require a 2/3 vote of the commission to make an amendment to the agenda.
A 2/3 vote of those present, correct?
No, a 2/3 vote of the total membership of the commission.
That is not correct.
No, that's
Ralph, you don't have the floor. I'll ask that you be muted if you
that is not true.
interrupt the
According to
agenda
Robert's
again.
rules, it's 2/3 of those that are in attendance.
The Attorney General says 2/3 of the vote. If you want to change the agenda with a major change, it requires 2/3
There's
of the
nothing
commission to
between
do that.
there's no major change or minor change when it comes to an agenda change. There's just a change. And you're the one that's requiring this to change the agenda when each of those letters in correspondence all speak to Scott Nagel's running of all of this stuff. No response for 2 years from Jamie Detweiler. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in correspondence that warrants this measure.
Ms. Papalimu, I'll ask that we listen to AG Leong for a minute or two, respectfully.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
The question was amending the agenda with a major issue. You stated it takes 2/3 of the commission to make a major agenda change, which includes this to eliminate Scott Nagel. Please confirm that, Mr. Leong.
Yes.
Show me where that is in Robert's rules, please.
Okay.
Ms. Papalimu and Ralph, please wait for your time. Mr. Leong has the floor.
Right. I'm not referring to Robert's rules. I'm referring to Chapter 92 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, right? Chapter 92 is the Sunshine Law, which governs how meetings are run. Specifically, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Section 92-7B says no board shall change the agenda less than 6 calendar days prior to the meeting by adding items thereto without a 2/3 recorded vote of all members to which the board is entitled, provided that no item shall be added to the agenda if it is of reasonably major importance and action thereon by the board will affect a significant number of persons. That's the exact language.
So you can bring this up at the next meeting, Ralph, and
But how does this?
I'll include it.
I'm sorry, I still have a question, raising my hand.
Okay, Ms. Papalimo, you have the floor.
I would like it next.
How is this not under communications and correspondence? If you read each of these letters, Carl Dick's letter, Jamie Detweiler's, Rosemary, these people all show a concern with the leadership, not only of the commission, but of the Office of Election. And so how is this outside of that? I mean, that's what I don't understand. You're saying that would change the agenda, but it doesn't, because it falls right under communications and correspondence.
It may come from
This is a reaction, a motion coming out from the correspondence that's in here.
I agree. Chair, can I be recognized?
Yes, Ralph.
Okay, HRS 11-1.6 says the chief elections officer is an at-will employee. That means that he can be fired at any time.
We're talking about the agenda.
I'm talking about my motion, Chair.
Okay. It's
The
out of
chief
order.
election officer is an at-will employee.
Your
The
motion
Elections Commission,
is out of
Chair, I
order.
have the floor. I've been
No, you
recognized.
don't, because you're out of line. Your motion was not accepted as part of the agenda. It's a major agenda change that cannot be accepted under this Chapter 92 of the Sunshine Law.
Chair, I would like the floor.
I'll
when
put
you're
it on
done.
the agenda for the next meeting, but I'll not consider it in today's agenda.
Chair, I would like the floor when you're
Point of
done.
order? Point of order, the chair has ruled on that.
Okay, I challenge the ruling of the
Adopting
chair.
administrative rules is where we're going with the agenda item right now.
I
You
move to
challenge
challenge,
the
I
order
move
of
to
the-
challenge the ruling of the chair.
The point of order is the chair's discretion, and I've made
And
my
then I
rule.
get to challenge it. I move to
You're
challenge.
overruled.
No, the
We'll
elections
discuss-
commission,
We can discuss it at the next meeting, and it'll
No,
be
the-
included on the
the
agenda.
elections
but we
commission is
won't
gonna
discuss
take a
it
vote.
today.
We can overrule you by 2/3 vote right here.
Okay,
Mr.
if you got
Chairman,
6 votes, go for it. Cynthia,
so Ralph, I think what's going to happen is even if you have the 2/3 vote, I mean, if you don't have the 2/3 vote today and you vote, it's not going to matter because you're violating sunshine law. You cannot add an agenda item unless you have 2/3 vote.
Okay,
We
let
don't
me have the
to
floor
add an
to
agenda
respond to
item.
this. The chair's cutting me off. I'd like the floor to respond, please.
no. That's a point of order that
okay.
you just made, and the chair has ruled, and you can't
And I
challenge that
challenged
rule
the
of order.
ruling of the chair, and I just made a motion to challenge the ruling of the chair, and we're gonna take a 2/3 vote, and we're gonna listen to what I have to say on this, because it's right in the statutes.
I'll honor the AG's opinion and move on to adopting administrative rules.
Chair, you're out of line.
And if you continue objecting to the agenda, it's within my authority, as you've shown me, that I can exclude your discussion from now on. And
I move to censure the chair.
Chair, I've had my hand raised for minutes now.
I
I'm
move
sorry.
to
I've been
censure the
recognized.
chair.
Is that Anita? Anita?
Yes,
Yes.
I
I
have
made
a
a motion.
question. I have a question for the Attorney General.
Okay.
Under this item 5 of communications and correspondence, most of these letters are concerning Scott Nagel and his performance. Would that be out of line for us to discuss and make a decision on all of these letters and comments today?
Well, certainly, I think it is proper to, receive all the correspondence that's listed already on the agenda, and you can discuss that and respond to it.
Would it be out of line for us to make a motion and decision on this?
I mean, I suppose it would depend on what the motion is. I mean, are you still referring to, a motion regarding Mr. Nago?
Yes.
Why does, yeah, that's crazy.
All of
We
these
can dis- we
letters
can
are on
discuss it.
record and we had time to peruse them and study them. why can't we make a decision today on what has been presented to us?
It
Let's
hasn't been
take-
proposed to the public. I'm moving on to adopting administrative rules, number 6.
Chair,
We'll-
you're out of
we'll take-
line.
we'll
We've got
take-
motions on the floor.
We'll take
I
Scott
move to
Nago's.
censure the chair.
Excuse me, I still have a question to the AG. He has not responded.
That's
I
right.
think you're being out of line in cutting me off, Chair.
And I'm sorry, Anita, you have the floor. What is your question of you're muted, yeah. What is your question of the Attorney General?
I already asked him a question, and all of this interruptions have probably distracted him.
Sorry, Anita.
These letters have been on agenda. We've had chance to study them. And it reflects on Mr. Nago. Why would it be improper for us to address discussing it and addressing a motion as Mr. Kushner has presented?
It's a
Well, I
major
don't-
agenda change.
I don't.
I'm sorry, Mr.
understand that
Mr.
all the
Leon.
correspondence is listed on the agenda, but I don't think there's any public notice that there's gonna be any sort of decisions made about Mr. Nago. So I think the best course would be and you are free to discuss that as an agenda item, but I think the best course is to list it as an agenda.
Why?
So that it is properly noticed for me.
But it doesn't need to be properly noticed. There is no requirement for it to be properly noticed.
Well,
Sorry.
so,
Go ahead.
yeah, I don't
Go
want
ahead,
to,
Chris.
go back and forth, here too much, but I mean, anything that the board discusses needs to be on an agenda, so it's properly noticed. I mean, that's the point of the agenda.
So the board is not, the commission is not allowed to make motions on correspondence, etc., unless it's listed as an agenda item. We're
It's my
commissioned on a board.
It's
And
my
you're saying
understanding that major agenda changes
it wasn't,
require
we're not trying to
2/3.
change the agenda.
It
We're not
sure
trying-
is. It's a major change to the agenda to eliminate the chief elections officer.
It's not a major change to the agenda. It's a major change to
Sure
the
is.
state. It's to the state, not to the agenda. It's a major change to the state.
Mr.
But
Chair,
we have that right.
Cynthia,
Mr. Leong. So all the motions that we already did today, were you here for the whole meeting?
Yes.
So all those motions we made earlier today? Sending the letter to the governor, investigate US Hawaii, and that Miss Papalima will write the letter to the governor. Those weren't listed on the agenda. Do motions have to be listed on the agenda to get acted upon?
No, I don't think, I mean, this is starting to get a little confusing. I mean, I don't think motions have to be listed on the agenda.
Okay.
Because
There we go.
motions are gonna come up as a course of what's taking place.
Discussion, correct.
Thank you. That
So-
explains it.
Mr. Leong, so why would this motion be any different? Be treated any different? The others weren't on the agenda.
And this is your legal advice.
Let's
So-
take the vote. If it's found to be incorrect, you can overrule it later. Let's
Mr.
take the
Leong
vote right
has
now.
the
The
floor.
motion's on the floor.
Mr. Leong has the floor.
I guess let me just ask, and I guess this is to any of the commissioners, but I guess is the contention that it's related to correspondence that's been submitted for this meeting.
It's related to everything that's been happening. The
Correct.
motion's on the floor. Let's take the vote.
So I think maybe that's how you support the motion and you go ahead.
Thank you. So we can do this.
I would say, let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Motion is on the floor.
Second.
As
Papalima,
chair,
second.
as chair, I'm ruling otherwise. The
Okay,
Sunshine Law requires agenda changes, major agenda changes require
n-
2/3 to
Hmm.
Mr. Nago's appointment was confirmed previously. It needs to be on the agenda. It's a major agenda change that the chair
No,
isn't
you're
recognizing.
scared. You're short votes.
I move
You're
to
short
remove the
votes.
chair. I
You
move to
have
remove
take
the
the
chair.
vote. There has been a motion and a second. You need to take the vote, Chair.
It's a major agenda change, and I disagree.
The AG just said it was fine. You can argue with him about it afterwards, but you have to take the vote.
I don't.
Yes, you
I
do.
move to remove
You
the
would
chair.
be
This is
derelict.
a major agenda change that needs sunshine law and consideration.
That
And
is not what the AG said.
I'd be happy to put it on next month's agenda.
No. I ask that you vacate the chair because you are not doing your due diligence.
I second.
I disagree.
Well, you can disagree all you want. You know you're not. You know you are not doing your due diligence. The AG just gave us the commission, who he serves, who he represents, the okay. It is not an agenda item. It is a motion that came out of correspondence on the agenda.
I don't think any of the correspondents suggested that we replace Scott Nago. There have been
All of
criticisms.
it complains of his leadership. All of it complains of his leadership. We just spent 3 hours listening to this.
I
It all
move to
comes
remove
from
the
the
chair.
agenda.
I
Mr.
second
Chair,
this motion.
hello, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Cynthia.
We're gonna need two-thirds vote on this?
No,
2/3 vote to add it to the agenda.
we're not adding anything to the agenda. That was
Well,
not.
yes,
the
we
motion.
are.
No, the motion was not to add anything to the agenda. The motion comes from the agenda. It comes from the correspondent
What's the motion again?
to remove Scott Nago as chief elections officer. And you get to vote no if you want to.
Cynthia, do you have anything else?
That does not require a two-thirds vote
No,
because we're not putting it on the agenda.
it comes from the agenda. It comes from all the letters that were written if you read them.
And my ruling disagrees with that as chair. And it's a point of order. We can discuss it at next month's meeting,
I move to
but I
remove
won't
the
take the
chair.
vote now.
I move to vacate the chair. We're going to take a vote. And Chair Curtis, you're not going to be allowed to vote. We need a second for this. I move to vacate the chair.
Ralph,
I
you don't-
second
you
this
don't make the
motion.
rules.
There's a
It
second.
is Robert's rule. Everybody knows that.
If you want to add the Scott Nago question to the agenda, you're
We're going
welcome
to take a
do that
vote
with
to
a
vacate the
2/3 vote.
chair. I say aye. Anita, roll call vote.
Ralph, you're,
Aye.
Aye.
we're moving on to adopting administrative rules, item number 6.
How are you going to justify this?
I'm going to justify it the way I've stated. It's a major agenda item that requires addition, that requires 2/3 commission approval. And
and you
absent
know-
anything else, Ralph wants to vacate the chair, but then there's no chair. But then on the agenda, item 6 is adopting administrative rules. And I've asked AG Leong to address this in a changing administrative rules is within our advisory capacity, but not within our technical authority.
What does that mean?
That means that adopting administrative rules, we can recommend rules to be adopted by the Elections Office of Elections. And it's all discussion of the commissioner's powers and duties relating to adopting administrative rules pursuant to HRS 11-75-3. The following links are resources to the commission to refer to during the discussion. Hawaii Revised Statutes 11.75 and duties of the Elections Commission, Hawaii Administrative Rules relating to the Elections Commission Administrative Directive number 09-01. Mr. Leon, could you tell us our authority to change administrative or adopt administrative rules?
Yeah, just a clarification. So the Elections Commission does have administrative rules of its own. And the authority to, I guess, adopt rules or implement rules comes from the section that's cited in the agenda, HRS 11-7.5, parentheses 3. That is the section that says the Election Commission, or one of the duties of the Elections Commission is to adopt the rules pursuant to Chapter 91. And the purpose of it.
I'm sorry, I want to clarify that.
Ms. Papalima, let him finish, please. You can have the floor after he finishes.
Right, and so the purpose of administrative rules is to kind of effectuate or delineate powers and duties that the Elections Commission has in its statutes. So I mean, if you look, there are existing administrative rules that pertain to the Election Commission. Any rules that you may want to amend or create, of course, would have to have some sort of direct nexus to your duties and powers that exist in HRS Chapter 11. And I guess the last thing just to note is that there is a process by which administrative rules are adopted, and this requires the holding of a public hearing. For example, the exact text of rules that you may want to amend or create need to be drafted, in the exact language that they would be adopted, and they need to be submitted and adopted by the governor before they can become law. And so there is a process for rulemaking, and that applies to all boards and commissions.
And it goes to the legislature, am I correct?
Anita has the floor.
Yeah, just to that question, Chair. Administrative rules do not go through the legislature. They are based and arise out of your statutes, which are created by the legislature. But administrative rulemaking is done entirely by this commission, or like I said, by any state board.
But not by the Office of Elections.
No, and I understand. I
Thank
believe,
you.
There are separate rules for the Office of Elections.
Anita, you had something?
Chair, I got a point of order.
Anita Aquino, did you have something?
No, Chair, not at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Ralph, your point of order, what rule am I not following?
Well, number one, you muted my microphone. You didn't give me the floor and allow me to speak. I'd like to know who Mr. Leong is. This is our third Attorney General. And I'd like you to explain the background of why we have a new one.
Mr. Leong?
Well, yeah, sorry, Mr. Christian, sorry, I had not spoken earlier in the meeting, so I didn't introduce myself. Yes, I'm a Deputy Attorney General. I'm with the Attorney General's office. I was assigned to advise this commission a few weeks ago. And this is the first meeting I am attending.
Thank you.
Why are we changing attorneys is what I'd like to know.
I don't have an answer for that. I was assigned by the Attorney General to begin advising this commission.
Thank you.
So, Chair Curtis, point of order, who is the Elections Commission?
The 9 of us.
Okay, and point of order, does the Elections Commission vote by majority of vote?
Usually, on most issues.
So the deputy attorney gave us the permission to take this vote. previously, and you are using dictatorial powers to circumvent this vote. The motion is, the action is by the whole commission. The Deputy Attorney General has ruled that we can take this vote. Let us take the vote.
I disagreed with the Attorney General. The vote requires a major agenda change. It requires 6 out of 9 votes, and it ain't happening, according to the chair.
Okay, so
moving on to
Chair, I'd like
item
to
6.
have the floor to finish what I'm saying, please.
No, you don't have the floor.
Mr.
I would
Chair.
like
I
to have
answered
it
you.
finish what I'm saying.
Cynthia has the
So
floor.
going back to these adopting admin rules, why is it even on the agenda?
There was a proposal in the last couple meeting of changing the rules. And we don't have the authority to change the rules. We can initiate the process, but it's not for us to change.
What in the rules were we looking at changing?
I don't know. It's up to the commission. There were some rules that were suggested in previous meetings.
Also in the correspondence.
That's why adopting administrative rules is on the agenda.
I would like the floor, Chair, to address.
So I'm not finished, Ralph. So Mr. Leong, to save us some time, who would be responsible for drafting admin rules? Would it be you? Would it be the attorneys in the commissions, in the elections office?
There's no specific answer to that, Cynthia. I have had boards where the members are involved in drafting the rule changes they want to see. Sometimes staff does it, and I review them. I don't typically draft them myself, because it would be up to the board or commission members to come up with the changes. So it can depend.
So, Mr. Chair, again, what rules were we looking at amending or talking about, or we were just going to talk about?
I'll answer that.
We were talking about the process.
Chair, I'd like to answer the question, please.
Okay, Ralph, you have the floor.
I made a motion to require the county clerks and the chief elections officer to certify under penalty of perjury that chain of custody is being met. We have 0 chain of custody from the ballot boxes, and we're still trying to get to the bottom of that basic thing. And the commission voted to amend the rules to add the wording under penalty of perjury, certify under penalty of perjury. And what we were expecting was that that motion would have been moved forward, but it went to the minutes to die.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yes, Cynthia.
Ralph, so you're talking about the administrative rules that's on this agenda today?
Yes.
You were going to try to include that into the administrative rules?
That's what the motion was, and that's the whole discussion on why this came up. Was I asked what the follow-up was in the last meeting, and Chair Curtis said he would put it on the agenda. So the whole thing stemmed from, I made a motion and it was passed by the commission that the county clerks and the chief election officer certify under penalty of perjury the chain of custody is being met. And we were asking how that rule, what the next step to promulgate that rule is. And we're looking to the Attorney General's office to help us. The next step is to get approval by the governor. And I submitted a letter with all of the checklists that have been done. It's all ready to go. It just needs to be sent to the governor for approval. Then the next step is to give public notice of a public hearing. And then we have a public hearing regarding adding that language to the statute. And then it becomes law.
Chair, this is
Doesn't it have to go to the legislature for that
Wait.
kind of change?
Wait, Cynthia, Dylan has
Oh,
the floor.
sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say real quick, I'm not feeling well today, so that's why I haven't been as vocal. But a lot of the questions that we keep going around circles on, I feel like can be answered with a lot of the correspondence and previous meetings we've had. And so please, let's do our due diligence as commissioners to go over all the information given to us before we even come to these meetings. Secondly, what remains a question for me is what exactly is the process of adopting a rule? And so I don't know if Mr. Leong, can you in your office provide what that process actually looks like? And can you answer for us, wouldn't you agree that whatever that process is, it does start with this commission agreeing on what that exact rule adoption would be, which I think that means there's a good motion we could put on the floor today when it comes to what Ralph just said and the correspondence from Ms. Soleimani that we have on our agenda for today.
So, Mr. Leong, we can ask you to draft the rule change proposal and help us step it through the process.
Yes.
Then you'll do that and you'll have the verbiage for the rule change for the next meeting for us to proceed with. It's our Ralph already has the verbiage for it.
Okay.
But if you could bring the technical verbiage on the rule change for us.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I was just going to say I can do that. I'm starting from zero here, so I need the information on what we're talking about and what is proposed and what the language is.
If you send me the link, I'll send you the motion that was made in the meeting minutes.
Okay.
Fair enough.
If you send me your email.
I do have my hand raised now, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Leong.
Anita?
Mr. Leong, earlier you said it would be all right for us to vote on the motion because all of these correspondences are on the agenda. And the correspondences all relate to Mr. Nago, his performance or in performance. Does Mr. Curtis have the privilege or the right to deny us that opportunity now?
My rule
He
was that
overruled us or
it's
missed
a major
the motion.
agenda change that will be added to next
Let her
month's
talk, please,
agenda.
Chair. Let her talk. It's her time.
Mr. Leong, can he do that? Can he stop us from voting today?
Well, I do defer to the chair on the conduct of the meeting, right? I'm not here to run the meeting or say how it should be run. So I defer to the chair on running the meeting.
We can vacate the chair. We can take a vote to vacate the chair, and I move to vacate the chair.
That's a major agenda change. We're
Mr. Chair.
We're on rule. Yes, Cynthia.
I'm going to vote no on the motion because if you take a look at the admin rules, going back to the admin rules, what Ralph is talking about is an statutory change. It's law change. It's not rule change. If you take a look at what exactly is in admin rules, it has nothing to do with the election process per se. It's scope of complaints, form of complaints, procedure investigation, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't address the process. So whatever the vote's going to be, I'm against the motion.
Mr. Leong will bring us the procedure for changing these rules at our next meeting, and we'll pursue it. Ms. Papalimu.
I still don't know why we're not taking a vote on removing Scott Nago.
It's a major agenda change. It requires 6 votes out of the commission. We haven't received those.
It's not an agenda change, though.
But these correspondences are on the agenda.
Yes, and the
We should
AG
act
has
upon these
already ruled.
correspondences.
You are overruling the AG's recommendation to the commission. And as a commissioner, I am beholden to the law. And if we go to the AG and ask what his opinion is, and he says, yes, this can be done, then as a commissioner with an oath to the state, that's what we should be doing. And you can fight it after it's done if you feel there's a way to do that.
We'll add that to next month's agenda, removing Scott
How you
Nago.
can stop a
But we're
vote?
not gonna do it today because it's a major agenda change.
It
Is there any
isn't.
other discussion on the rule change that the Attorney General is gonna bring to us the next meeting?
Is this the Attorney General that is representing us in the Carl Dix case?
I don't think so. I think he's different. I think this is,
No.
this
Okay,
guy's,
so we need to get back to our agenda items. We can finish this one up, but we skipped a whole bunch of agenda items that we still need to cover.
we're almost to the possibility of executive session, but we're at number six.
No, we have not.
Adopting administrative rules. And Mr. Leong said that he'd come back to us with the process next month, I'm sorry. And does anybody else have anything on adopting administrative rules?
Chair, I do. This is Commissioner Andrea.
Yes, Dylan.
In Ms. Corinne Solomani's correspondence to us, she actually proposes an adoption. And I'm gonna just put it in the chat to make it easier for everyone, but I'd like to put a motion forward that this is supported by the commission.
So we need to take up all of these items, Dylan, before we adjourn. We skipped over them all and we need to address them one by one. So I support your motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to continue, can we take a break?
I think we're close to ending.
Oh, we're not.
Chair,
We're not.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
I'm on item 6 of the agenda. Unless
Chair,
somebody
you
wants to
skipped
add
all
another
of the
item to the
correspondence.
agenda,
You
we're
skipped
almost done.
everything. You skipped
We have all
everything.
these letters in item 5 that you skipped over.
You need 2/3 vote to skip the agenda.
You had the opportunity to read all the
You
correspondence.
muted
and
my
communication.
microphone, Chair. You muted my microphone.
Reading the stuff is not what this is about. Once we read all of this, we're to come together and discuss this, because out of these correspondence, motions come out.
Our discussions with a purpose. The motion is required for the discussion. And a major agenda addition, I've ruled is removing Scott Nago is a major agenda addition that I won't consider today.
Okay, but you can't take the agenda items off the agenda.
Right. That's why
We
we're going
still
to
need to
item 6.
discuss each of the items.
Yes.
The public
With
is
a-
here to hear these items.
With a purpose.
Yes, with a
you have-
purpose.
If you have a motion to make that's not a major motion regarding any of this correspondence, I would entertain the motion for discussion.
Dylan just made a motion.
And my motion is related to item number 5 and Ms. Corinne Solomani's correspondence.
So what's the motion?
We're still on agenda item number 5. Which is
I'm
what
on
everyone is
agenda
saying.
6.
We are taking each of these one by one, and my motion on the floor is that we look at Corinne Solomon's suggestion for adopting this rule, and that our commission supports it.
I've got it written up, Dylan, if you want me to read it.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Rule?
I move to adopt rules in accordance with HRS 11-8.5 to adopt a rule to allow for signature verification to be witnessed by observers in accordance with HRS 1645 to ensure the validity and reliability of election results.
And seconded, Dylan. Dylan.
I
motion-
second the motion.
Okay, discussion. Signature
yes.
verification is a concern of mine too.
I support this bill that the process of ballot envelope signature verification by elections personnel shall be performed in the presence of no less than 2 official observers.
And that's the motion, yeah?
Yes.
That's
there
what
any-
Dylan wrote in the chat.
Is there anybody want to speak against the motion? In that
Okay,
case,
Mr. Chair, it's me
Cynthia.
again, Takenaka. So these are to go into the admin rules, or is this just a regular motion?
It's a rules change suggestion that we can come back with Mr. Leong at the next meeting. as the procedure to enact this proposed rule change?
To the admin rules, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm voting no. I think
Okay.
it's out of line for the admin rules. Again, what I said earlier, I think it's statutorily has to be changed as it's part of the election process.
Mr. Leong will educate us next meeting. Is there anybody against this motion besides Cynthia? Anybody want to speak against the motion besides
Yes,
Cynthia?
yes, I'm against it
Claire?
also.
Okay, Claire. Did want to give reasons or just state your?
I agree with what Cynthia said. I don't think that's part of our process. Yeah, thank you.
Is there any other discussion against the motion?
Can I speak in favor, Chair?
I don't think you need to. Is there anybody against?
To allow him to speak, Chair?
No. I'm going to take the
He's-
vote because
He's
I
allowed to
think
speak, Chair.
if there's a purpose, I think you already have the votes.
I want to
and
encourage
I'll
my
call
other
the vote.
colleagues.
I'll call the vote
For
to
voting
accept
ahead.
Dylan's motion. Is there anybody against the motion? Cynthia and Claire noted against the motion. Is everybody else in favor of the motion?
I would like to clarify that they're voting against people
rule change.
observing signature verification, and you're voting against
They know that.
people verifying. I don't think they're caught up in the administrative rules.
They're thinking they're changing
voting
the law.
against.
We're not doing that.
They have their reasons. You have yours. They're voting no. I assume you're voting yes. Everybody else is voting yes. Is there anybody that abstains from the vote? In that case, the motion carries. With 2 against.
Roll call.
A roll call was requested. Please, Giselle.
Okay, Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi is excused, Commissioner Kuwata is excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No,
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takanaka,
No,
Chair Curtis.
Aye. Motion carries. Are there any other motions from communication?
Yes, Chair.
correspondence?
Yes, Chair, on the same topic.
Go ahead.
I move to adopt a rule in accordance with HRS 11-8.5 that allows the use of the voter's registration signature as a voter's reference signature when used for signature validation. So what I'm saying is that the signature on the voter's registration is what needs to be compared to the envelope.
Isn't that how it works now?
No.
Oh, how does it work now?
Well, if you read the rules, you would know.
I'm asking you for the no.
Okay.
It's supposed to work that way.
What
Okay,
they're
wait, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you. Ralph, go ahead.
Okay, the way this works right now, and I'll explain through the County of Kauai lens. The County of Kauai observers said that there was clearly 10 to 15% mismatched signatures when they were observing the signature verification process. This went behind closed doors, and pretty much all of those clearly mismatched signatures were approved. Okay, so we asked the County of Kauai, how are those signatures approved? And they said that they went back into the voters' records and that they found a signature somewhere within their records, not related to voting, that matched the signature. And if you do the numbers, it is simply impossible for them to have done that. And it was just an excuse to allow those envelopes to be passed through. And so what I'm proposing is that the signature on the envelope needs to be compared to the signature on the voter's registration. And that's it. If a voter needs to go in the 2 years prior to an election and update their voter registration or mail it in, that's fine. But that will be the only thing that is compared. the voter registration to the envelope, and then there will be a determination made. And what we're worried about is that there's in a mail-in ballot, in a mail-in voting system, it is ripe for people to ballot harvest and throw extra envelopes in and skate right through the system. So we want to eliminate that. So I move to adopt a rule in accordance with HRS 11-8.5 that allows only the voter registration signature as the voter's reference signature when used for signature validation.
Is there anybody that would like to speak against this motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Cynthia.
I'm sorry, Ralph, I didn't follow you. So the ballot comes in, isn't it checked by a person or does it go through a machine on the
Well,
signature?
on Kauai, it goes, the last election, it was done by a person, okay? And the observers were allowed to witness it. And there was clearly 10 to 15% mismatched signatures. They went behind closed doors. The observers were not allowed to watch that process. And that's where we want to see what's going on. How did you find another signature that's not on the registration that matched the signature on an envelope? It doesn't make any sense. It's too loosey-goosey, and we're trying to tighten this up. The voter registration is what needs to be used to compare the signature on a ballot, period.
Thank you, Ralph. Cynthia, the answer to that also is the other 4 counties do mechanical comparisons with signatures.
Okay,
Yeah, okay,
sorry,
Cynthia.
Mr. Chairman. So on Kauai, where is those signature cards or, you know, whatever it's called? Is it right there when they're counting?
Voter
They
registration.
pull it up online.
Voter registration cards.
It's online
It's online.
and that's okay with you?
As
to
long as
check.
it's the voter registration card is what the motion is, yes.
Okay. But seeing it online is okay with you, right, Ralph?
That's what they're doing now. And I'm saying that's when they pull up a voter registration, they're pulling it up online right now. And I'm saying that's fine. But when it's clearly mismatched, it's done. They can't go behind closed doors and allow that envelope. Nobody's
it.
allowed to witness that process. It's either is or isn't to the registration.
And I'd like to add that it's a major concern of mine because I'd like to ask each of the 3 machine scanned how many votes were rejected based on lack of signature verification. That'd be a good start because if there's no rejection of signature verification mechanically, then that's a clear red flag to me.
Yes,
I would
agree.
support Ralph's motion on this and would entertain any other discussion from people that oppose it. Cynthia, you got something?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So
No, not be sorry.
is this to be for the admin rules or is just another regular motion?
It's an admin rule change suggestion.
Okay, I'm down.
Request.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
back to my, same story, right? Down.
Thanks. Claire, you had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, are we making this specific to Kauai or is this?
No. This is
No,
an
okay.
administrative rules change suggestion.
Okay, yeah, okay, then I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to agree with Cynthia. I just don't think this is within our remit.
Anybody else want to talk against the motion? In that case, with Ralph's permission, I'll take the vote.
Yes.
Please, can we roll call, Jaslyn?
Yes. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kiguchi is excused, Commissioner Kuwata is excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
Cynthia, you're voting no? Cynthia, your vote? Yeah, she votes no. Well, Cynthia, let's hear us. Yeah, okay, thank you.
okay, Chair Curtis,
Aye. So this is an administrative rule change that Mr. Leong will walk us through at the next meeting. Are there any other discussions?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
I move to investigate the signature validation settings used by the counties to validate signatures on ballot envelopes. The signature validation settings on machines used by counties. So I want to investigate the signature verification machines.
And you're specifically mentioning the settings, the sensitivity settings on signature verifications that are automated by all counties except for Kauai. And I think Kauai's is going to be automated this year.
Correct.
There a second?
Second.
Been moved and second that we request from the counties the signature validation setting, the sensitivity of the machines that are comparing signatures. Is that correct, Ralph?
Yes, and I want to, if it's not too late, add the amendment that Kahialani had, that I will write the letters and take charge of that investigation.
That's an amendment to the motion. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Second.
Thanks. Is there discussion? I got no problem with Ralph doing this and reporting back to the commission.
Thank you, Chair.
So I would support the amendment and I would call for a roll call on the amendment.
Okay, Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi, and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
Claire McAdam, we'll come back to her.
okay, Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No,
Commissioner McAdam,
The vote is
Sorry,
on the
that's a
amendment.
no.
okay,
That
Chair
was a no?
Curtis,
That was a no from Ms. McAdam,
yes.
and it's a no for me. The motion carries 4-3. The amendment to the motion carries 4-3. The original motion is for Ralph to investigate the signature validation setting, the sensitivity to comparing the signatures on the voter registration card and on the envelope with the vote. Is that everybody's understanding?
I don't think he meant he's doing it himself. Wasn't he doing a letter?
He was
Yes,
going
I'm going to send a
to
letter.
initiate that investigation, and that was the amendment. Yes,
That's correct.
I would ask for a roll call on the motion. As
Mr.
a-
Chair, it's Cynthia again, sorry.
No, don't be
So
sorry.
admin rule again, right?
No.
No,
Investigation.
this is an investigation into the sensitivity of the signature validation between the two signatures.
Okay,
There's a
got
sense.
it. Sorry, got it. Thanks.
Okay. Now can we have a roll call on the main motion as amended? Jazzy?
Could she read the motion so everybody's clear on it?
Ralph, could you reread that again?
I move to investigate the signature settings on the signature verifying machines used by the counties to validate signatures on a ballot envelope.
And the amendment was that you would be doing this. You'd be
Yes.
initiating this and reporting back to the commission.
Correct.
Are there any questions on the motion? I would ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi, and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No,
Chair Curtis,
Aye. Are there any other motions for discussion?
Yes, I have a motion to make in reference to Anne Marie Hamilton's correspondence.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry,
Okay, no,
Kahiolani.
you want
Can
to,
we just take like a 5-minute, 10-minute break?
okay, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 4:54.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Giselle, thanks for the timer.
You're welcome, Chair.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Let me know when you're back, Cynthia. Thank you. Are there any other motions out of communications and correspondence?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Ralph.
So I'd like to continue in order, and we'll go to Carl Dick's communication.
Okay. What motion would you like to make from his?
I move to have the Elections Commission to direct the Attorney General's office to answer my March 27 letter regarding these same issues.
Same issues being?
What Carl Dix wrote about the appointment of Scott Nago.
What is that? What are those issues?
Well, I'm not going to take the time to, it's written in this communication, but I'll read my letter if you like.
Well, no, don't read the letter. I need the motion.
I already made the motion.
You referred to something else rather than stating it in the motion, but okay. The motion again is to address Mr. Dix.
I move to have the Elections Commission to direct in the Attorney General's office to answer my March 27 letter regarding these matters.
There a second?
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
So I wrote a letter, Chair, if I could be recognized.
Please.
On March 27th to Stella Cam, and it encompassed a lot of different things, including the items on Carl Dix's communication. And so I'm just requesting, and hopefully with the new Deputy Attorney General, that when we're asking legal questions to the Deputy Attorney General's office, that they can answer the commissioners. So I'm just asking that my letter be answered, and I will resend it to Deputy Attorney Leong, and I'm just asking the commission ask him to respond to my letter and reply to the whole commission and post it online.
It'll be a correspondence addressed to us from the Attorney General regarding your letter of 3/27 and Carl Dix's letter of April 21st. Is that the gist of the motion? Ask the Attorney General to respond to the commission response to those two letters.
Yeah, individually.
Okay. Discussion? Anybody opposed to this would like to discuss anything?
Yes, I'm opposed.
Claire?
Yeah, I just think this is a personal matter. I don't think this is something to do with, I don't think this is commission business.
Well, the Attorney General's opinion and response is what's being requested, and I think that's fair. Any other discussion? I'll ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi, and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No.
Chair Curtis.
All right. Anything else, Ralph?
Not on that correspondence, but yes, on the next one.
On adopting administrative rules?
No, we're going to Jamie Detweiler's.
Oh, I thought we were done with correspondence communication. Okay, Detweiler, what do you got with Jamie?
So I move to have Scott Nago respond to Jamie Detweiler's communication in writing.
So the motion is to instruct Scott Nago to respond to Jamie Detweiler's letters of April 22nd, 29th, and June 5th. Is that correct?
And from all of them, from when she started writing them, that's been her whole complaint, that she has still not received a written response from anyone.
Okay.
Second the motion.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Ralph, can you include that he respond to her with a date for her audit?
10 days. Yes, date for the audit.
Okay. The motion,
Ralph, I think she's referring to the audit happening, not just the response.
Yes, both.
no, the motion on the floor is to instruct Scott Nago to answer Jamie Detweiler in writing within 10 days.
And then if you guys want to make an amendment, that's fine.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that he include the date of the audit with his response.
Is there a second to that?
To be held at ASAP. I mean, 2 years is a long time.
Is there a second to the
Second the
motion?
motion.
Amendment, okay. And the motion is that Scott Nago reply to Jamie Detweiler within 10 days. The amendment is to include the date of the audit scheduled and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment to include the date of the audit in Scott Nago's reply? In that case, you better have a roll call.
I'm sorry, I said as soon as possible. Did you include that in the friendly amendment? That he send a scheduled date as soon as possible?
Within 10 days, the date of the reporting, the date of the audit.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about as soon as possible. I think they're going to do it as soon as possible, but response within 10 days. The amendment is to include the date of the audit of District 37, I believe.
Okay.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? I'll ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi, and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No.
Chair Curtis.
Yes. Now, the original motion is to instruct Scott Nago. Well, we can advise, we can't instruct him. We can advise Scott Nago to respond to Jamie Detweiler's letters and to include the date of the audit within 10 days of today. Is there any other discussion? I would ask for a roll call again.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
I thought we already voted on that.
Now, this is the original amendment, or the amendment is what we voted on. This is the original motion as amended.
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi, and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
I'm going to say yes on this one.
Chair Curtis.
Yes. Motion carries. You have another motion on those correspondence, Ralph?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
I move to save all the election materials from 2022 until proper audits are conducted in accordance with HRS 1642.
There a second?
Second,
Who made that second?
this is Commissioner Andrian.
Thank you. Discussion.
This is coming up to the statute of limitations on keeping the material. I think it needs to be saved.
Commissioner Cushing, you're talking about post-election pre-certification audits, correct?
I'm saying that we need to save the ballots.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Until when? What was the motion? What was the motion again, Ralph?
I move to save all the election material from the 2022 election until proper audits are conducted in accordance with HRS 1642.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I thought Scott Nago said that it will be kept intact.
I believe so. There will be no conflict with this motion then.
Thank you, Chair.
Then why do we have to have the motion?
Because Ralph wants it.
Because we don't want it disappearing with Ms. Detweiler's request not being honored.
Thank you, Anita. Correct. I would call for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kiguchi and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Takenaka,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes. You have anything else, Ralph?
Yes, Chair, on my correspondence.
Okay,
Okay, second letter that I wrote.
I need a motion.
I move to have the chair share all correspondence regarding Elections Commission business with the Elections Commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Okay,
So there's a lot of stuff that seems to be happening behind the scenes, including there was a couple complaints that went to the Office of Information Practices. And the Office of Information Practices, in their letter back to yourself, said that the items needed to be taken up by the commission and then respond to the Office of Information Practices. Somehow those letters were responded to, and the commission is completely unaware of the complaints that were supposed to be shared with it and the response that went to the OIP. So there was 2 responses by the chair who was representing the commission without our knowledge. And there shouldn't be anything that's going behind our backs. Everything should be upfront, shared with the commission. Otherwise, you're hiding something. So everything should be transparent. And that's what I'm asking for you to share and for the commission to take a vote. And I think you need to recuse yourself from this vote. And we're going to vote on it, and you share all your correspondence. And I'd be happy if you posted it online, but at least with the commission. Thank you.
discussion, other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
so is what he said correct?
There was Office of Information Practices that Ralph made complaint regarding the processes and notices of prior meetings. Those
We
notices.
see
were-
that too?
Beg pardon?
Did we see that too?
Apparently not.
No.
Okay,
I'd be happy to share Ralph's complaint and my response that shared. Actually, it's the things posted online on the Office of Elections website, including the notices, the agendas, and the correspondence.
yeah.
I have no problem. I was communicating with Office of Information Practices that Ralph complained to regarding my procedures. The Office of Elections and I responded with the records, public record, and waiting for a response. I have no problem sharing any of that. And it was Office of Information Practices asking the Office of Elections and myself for records. The records we relayed were matter of public records on file right now on the Office of Elections and the agenda. And I've added the correspondence and communication portions of this, similar to the County of Kauai, that wasn't present previously. These communications and correspondences weren't shared nor made a part of the public record. And we're doing that now, as well as the monthly meetings. I have no problem sharing this stuff. I got no objections to this motion. That Office of Information Practices queried me. I responded with a matter of records. What was matter of record? I'll share. It'll also share Ralph's complaint. So I have no problem sharing any of that with you, and I have no objections to this motion.
So Chair, it was just a little bit more than information. They asked us to take a stance on it, and that should have been shared with the board for the board to take a stance on it. So that's fine with the records, but when the board needs to take a stance, and it specifically said that correspondence was to be taken to the commission for action. So all of those things would be great, and just nothing hidden from the rest of the commission is all I ask. Thank you.
No problem. There's a motion on the floor that the chair select forward all election business, and I'll include it in the correspondence and communication in the next agenda. If this passes, even if it doesn't passes, I'll do it. But go ahead. Do we need any more discussion, or can I take a roll call? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi, and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
Aye.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Aye. What else you got, Ralph?
Hey, Ralph, can I do one? I'm so
Yes.
sorry. It's after 8 here in California. And
Thank you.
and I
Yep.
just want to get mine done so I can go to bed.
Please stay on.
Stay on. This is the correspondence from Miss Hamilton, and
Okay.
she speaks about Miss Detweiler's problem over the last 2 years. But she is specific in her request, and her request in her correspondence on the agenda is that Scott Nago is fired immediately for openly failing to uphold election laws. So I'm going to make the motion to remove Scott Nago as the chief elections officer pursuant to this correspondence on our agenda. Second.
Yes, second.
Discussion.
Second.
I think this covers everything that we were worried about. It is on the agenda. It is held within the correspondence. It is very specific and written. So it covers us in that. It does not require a new agenda item. And so I'm going to call for that vote.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Leong to share with us the vote needed to remove Scott Nago.
Oh, well, the vote needed to, well, the Elections Commission can only act by majority vote of its membership. That's in your statute. So, you know, all motions require 5 votes to pass.
Thank you.
All motions require 5 votes, you said?
Yes.
No, it's a majority of the vote.
There are some exceptions, right? Like the 2/3 things, but otherwise any act of the commission requires a majority vote of its membership.
Right, majority vote. That's here. Because
Of the
all of these
commission.
ones that we just passed were majority vote.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So Mr. Leong said that this vote requires a majority of the commission vote. That means it requires 5 votes to remove Scott Nago. Is what
Does not.
Mr. Leong just said, unless he corrects me.
Mr. Leong?
Let's take the vote.
Mr. Leong, does it require majority of the whole commission or majority of those present at the meeting?
No, it's majority of the commission.
No,
Where
that's-
is that in the rule?
Let's take the vote and then we can hash that out afterwards.
Negative. Mr. Leong, where does that say? Could you quote us
Yes, I'm looking at Hawaii Revised Statutes 11-7D. So this is your statute about the Elections Commission. The Elections Commission shall act by a majority vote of its membership and shall establish its own procedures, except as may be provided by law.
Thank you.
So are you telling us all of these votes that we've taken are null and void?
No, there have been 5 votes for most of these.
Yeah, no, I think you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Let's take the vote.
Would have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No. Motion does not pass.
Passes.
Requires 5 votes.
It
has-
does not, Chair. The motion passes.
Negative. According to Mr. Leong, the
No,
statute says.
we're
a
gonna
majority of
adjudicate this later, I imagine,
the-
but
Then,
the
then,
motion
then you
is
can come,
passed.
the motion dies.
It did not die.
have
How
5
does it
votes,
die 4-3?
because it didn't have 5 votes. The motion requires 5 votes of a majority of the commission.
Please
The
record.
commission is
the
9 members. It requires 5 votes to pass this motion. The motion dies.
Not
No,
if you
no,
excuse
please.
people.
You can argue this later, but right now, is there anything else that you want to bring before the commission?
I'm asking the
Yes.
vote be recorded 4-3 for the record, please.
For
That's
the
what
record,
just-
it is 4-3. And
Okay,
that's
do
why we
not
go-
say if it's passed or not passed. Just say 4-3, and then we'll adjudicate this later.
Okay, 4-3, it dies. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up, Ralph?
Yes, Chair.
Or Ms. Papalimu? I'm sorry, Ms. Papalimu, you have the floor.
Oh,
You
no,
have
I'm
anything?
good. Thank you.
Okay, Ralph, what you got?
Give me a second.
Did you have something else, Ralph?
I'm checking. Give me a second.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Anybody else have any other business before this commission?
I do, Chair. I do. Sorry. I move that the status of motions be put on future agendas.
For a second?
Second,
I think that would be with the minutes, and I think that's already gonna be accomplished. But you can make the motion and we can pass it out, up to you.
A separate line item that we can discuss on the agenda item that's not tied to the minutes. After the minutes would be great. So I move to have the status of motions put on future agendas.
And that was seconded
yes.
Yes.
by who?
Anita.
Anita, thank you. Discussion.
Chair, I think this is a good motion because we're making a lot of great motions that the people want to see, but I don't want it to fall through the cracks and there not to be any accountability. We've seen that happen already. So I agree with the motion.
Concur. Anybody want to speak against the motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what Ralph exactly means by status.
So the action items that we're voting for as a commission and are passing, we're calling outstanding motions. So I want to have a running list of the motion that was made and the action that needs to be taken to carry out that motion. And we're going to have an action item and the responsible party, and then we're going to ask the person who's responsible for implementing those motions what the status is. And then we're going to go through that on each meeting so that the motions that we make don't go to the meeting minutes to die.
Anybody against the motion?
Can I just ask who's going to be responsible for itemizing these, and who's going to be responsible for defining what the status is?
That will be part of future motions, I believe. Anybody against the motion? Take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi is excused. Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu, Commissioner Papalimu,
She may have gone.
she's muted.
Oh, okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner Takenaka,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes. Anything else, Ralph?
Yes, I got one more item.
That
It's a point of information. What
It's
happens to
motion.
correspondence?
I would ask for a motion. We can discuss motions.
I move to have you answer my question.
What's your question?
What happens to correspondence submitted to the commission in accordance with HAR 3-170.5? And when I submit stuff that I would like shared with the commission, I get a note. Ms. Bueno's no longer here, but she said I forwarded it to the chair. So when she forwards you something, what happens to it?
It depends on how I feel. But if you address something to the commission, it will be published on the communications and correspondence. Is there a motion?
I move to have the communication and correspondence distributed to the commissioners. And there's from the public or from the commissioners. So in accordance with HAR 3-170.5, I'm just asking to follow the law here. So anyone can submit anything to the commission is basically what the law says.
That's correct.
And somehow this isn't reaching the commissioners, and I've addressed many communications and it's not reaching the commissioners.
Then address it to the commission and it'll get on the agenda as correspondence and communication.
Okay, so let's take a vote on that.
We don't have to, it's gonna occur.
Well, we've done that. Let's just, for the record, take a vote and then we'll be done with it.
So what's your motion again? That all correspondence to the Elections Commission will be posted on the following.
No, it needs to be sent to the
agenda.
commissioner. No, you can't wait a month if people are, if the public is sending in communications to the commission, you can't wait a month and then throw everything at the commissioners just before the meeting. Just send it out to them when it comes in.
Negative. I'm gonna post it to where it's all in one place.
So I'd like to take a vote on that. And then you can post it.
We have meetings once a month. As
Okay.
long as I'm commissioner, or as long as I'm chair. There
So,
may be
so
another
who,
chair that only has 2 or 3 meetings a year.
who is the elections commission? Can we take a vote on this, please?
Have a second to the motion? I second.
And the motion is to distribute to the commission any correspondence and communication that's addressed to the Elections Commission.
Yes. In accordance with HAR 3-170.5.
Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so you're saying that all correspondence sent to the commission is sent to the commissioners,
Will
correct?
be- I'm saying that under my regime, I've added communications and correspondence to where any correspondence addressed to the Elections Commission will appear on the agenda and be part of the public record. Prior to this agenda format, things weren't always forwarded to the Elections Commission. My policy is that anything addressed to the Elections Commission will appear on correspondence and communication in our agenda that makes it a part of the public record.
So I'm just asking that it can be also, I think that's great and I really appreciate that. But if you can send it to us as it comes in, then we have a chance to read it. But I was struggling to read the written communication prior to this meeting. So there's a lot of information. If it comes in throughout the month, it allows us to digest the information. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you.
Can we take a vote?
Sure.
Ralph, I don't think you included that in your motion, so might want to include that. It's shared with us as it's received.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
And we'll accept that as part of the main motion. Is there anybody against this?
Okay, I go again, one more time. Can the secretary read the motion?
Yes, the motion is to have all communications and correspondence addressed to the Elections Commission distributed to commissioners as it's received.
Any more discussion? I'll ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi, and Commissioner Kuwata is excused. Commissioner McAdam,
Aye.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Muted.
Kahiolani, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I have grandkids and I'm trying to keep the noise out of your meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Takenaka,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
No. 5-2, motion carries. Is there anything else, Ralph?
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With no other business, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much. Aloha.
We need to vote.
That's right. There was no motion to adjourn.
We need to vote to adjourn.